Okay, I'm here. Oh, what a week away it has been. A week away. 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 Shut up! Okay, sorry. Oh, man. Oh, jinkies. You can ask for flowers. I'll sit for hours. Da 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 do do. And all the bluebirds. Okay. Yeah. So have they fixed it? They have not fixed it. Never mind. I had to do the weird workaround to get it to work. They still haven't fixed Discord, so that it just kind of syncs up with OBS now. That's so weird. I wonder what has happened. I wonder why. I guess it's probably some kind of issue with them on their part. I don't know. Maybe there's something more to it. Who knows? Very annoying though. So I'm feeling good. I took a nap. I took a really good nap earlier, and I feel great. I woke up, I ate, I had water, I'm hydrated, but my god, I have stories to tell you guys of yesterday. So yesterday was absolutely kind of wild for me. Actually, the past 2 days. I forgot to drink water for 2 days. Somehow that happened. I don't know how. I did go figure. But it took me yesterday and the day before. I hadn't had any water like for multiple days, and it wasn't like particularly hot, but through sleeping and stuff like that, you just end up getting dehydrated. It is what it is. It happens. Um, it happens to everybody. If you don't drink water, even if you don't like sweat a lot, you'll eventually lose all the water in you. Um, so my goofy ass did not drink water for a couple of days, and yesterday it hit me really bad. So I'm laying down. I'm laying down, or I'm sitting in my room. I get up. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go get something to drink or get some water. I'm thirsty, kind of feeling a little thirsty after eating. And I was eating, and I'm like, man, why is all the food getting stuck in my throat? Like I'm worried about choking. So I'm already freaking out about that. I'm like, oh, starting to worry me a little bit. I don't know what's going on here. My throat was like dry and itchy too, and I'm like, what's going on? Am I getting sick again? Like, what? How can I be getting sick? Like, I'm genuinely a pretty clean person. I wash my hands and stuff. And I'm not gonna freaking eat food off the floor, but I'm gonna at the very least try to be healthy, but not avoid being around people who are sick. So my immunity keeps going up or whatever, stays in a functional thing. But I'm laying in bed, or I'm getting up, and I walk into the kitchen. I'm like, all right, let me go. Let me get something to drink. And I try to stand up in the kitchen. I can't. I'm getting super dizzy. My legs start to get weak. I'm like, uh-oh, this isn't good. Like, oh crap, I haven't drank water in 2 days. And it's the worst thing ever. I'm like, I need to drink water. So I find like a bottle of water and I drink it in like 2 minutes, probably a minute. I just completely tap it out. And I go and get like two more and drink those. And I knew something was wrong because I drank that bottle of water and my stomach started to hurt. That first bottle of water made my stomach hurt, and I'm like, oh no, what's gonna happen next? What could possibly be going wrong for me now? It was rough. It was rough, but I came out on the other side of it, and today I drank water. We I think I have a bottle of water around here. If I don't, it's kind of a shitty situation for me. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the water I had. Aha! There's a full bottle of water right here. I always have one stashed. Actually, no, it was under my bed. It's still a new bottle of water. I always have a bottle of water near my bed. Problem is my cats um basically knock it over and like think it's their toy to play with, and I'm like, no, and they mess with it and it gets in the way, and it's a real problem. I don't like when they do that. But also, my stream deck was not working earlier before the stream started, and I was trying to figure out why, and I'm like, man, what the hell? So I closed down the app. I reopen it, that doesn't turn it on. You kind of hate yourself, Bernie? No, why? Not recently. Um, anyway, so I'm trying to get the stream deck to work. I'm like, all right, come on, come on, come on. Let's get this thing working. Let's do something here. There's gotta be something I can do. You kind of hated yourself with Dead Rising when you last played it. Yeah, somebody gifted that to me. It was on my wish list. So I'll probably end up playing that in October. Something like that. Because we gotta save the Resident Evil games for February. Because that's when 9 comes out. Hey, JD. So the stream deck wasn't working. I'm like, what the hell? Why isn't that turning on now? So I have to follow the wire in this tangled mess of wires behind and through my desk. And I go like, okay, where is it? I find it. I unplug it. I plug it back in. Put the app back in. Immediately it works. And I'm like, oh, thank God. Because let's be real here. Like, having a stream deck is a lifesaver, but they're too expensive. However, there is kind of a cheap alternative now. They have there's these touch screens you can get to just download software onto. And you could just put the stream deck on it and use it. It's a touchpad stream deck that you can use that can control your PC. You can still USB it and everything. And it's only $50. It's like a 7-inch one, so it's bigger than the stream deck itself. I don't need chat, listen, I don't need 7 inches. I don't need 7 inches. I've got 8. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we're going right now. That's where we're going. Let's go! He who needs the whole 9 yards. Yeah, ain't that the truth. I'm doing okay, Bissell. So yeah, I did that over the week as well. Oh boy, what was it I was doing? I think it was like 30 renders I got done. And I'm quickly moving towards the the like open sandboxy part of my game now. Like I'm starting to be able to design that. I got some assets recently I'm really excited to be able to use and mess around with as well. Just in general, you know, it's gonna be May. Anyway,
Space Colony Studios.
Yep, that is Gundog. I'm gonna mute that for a minute. That sounds like Toji. We love Toji. I hope Toji shows up. I should like reach out to them and be like, Toji! Come hang out in my stream! They're in Japan, so chances are they're not going to show up, but that's okay. We love Toji no matter what. Toji is the GOAT. There we go. You can see the game now. So I was talking to Madi about this game recently. Also, hello JD. How are you doing? How are you doing, Abyssal? Get JD a shout out. How was that game you were playing? Look Outside. That weird turn-based horror game. That looked genuinely very interesting. Also, the Broken Reality sequel is supposed to come out this year. I don't know if it will. Yeah, Broken Reality 2000. It says coming soon. It originally said Q2. My guess is the developer bit off more than he could chew with that. It does have full VR compatibility, which is great. I'm so fucking excited for Broken Reality 2, though. I really am. I still have a bit to go, but I need to finish it. Jeez, I hope so. We do have something else lined up. We're not gonna play all of this game today, because I want to do something else. I want to go back to No More Heroes 3. That's what the game is gonna be. We're gonna obviously start over, because we played it last summer, and we played like No More Heroes games back to back to back, and that wasn't great for us. And then once No More Heroes, I think, is done, or whatever, we'll go back to Alan Wake. We'll do one or the other. I want to finish Alan Wake. I need a break from it because it was trailing along too much. Because there's so much in that game. That game is, I think, like 50 out 30 20 30 hours. I put more than 20 in already, so who knows. It's a very long game. Hi, lady! That robot peering into my soul to rip it out with a robotic hand and laugh at me as I slowly fade away. I let the archangels take me! Yeah, that's the mechs. Anyway. I was talking to Marty about this game. He really likes Gundams and shit like that. And I was like, dude, you need to check this game out then. It's really good. It's like, it's kind of like a Gundam anime. And, like, Gundam is oftentimes, like, it's full of action. Like, obviously, in between a couple of seasons, you'll get a lot of action, but... You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean. You guys fully understood what I just said. Alright. Load game. To fill you guys in on what happened previously, we captured an enemy ship. It's inside of our ship. It got caught up in all this cum, basically. I couldn't hold it, and it just went off. I couldn't hold back. That's just what happened, you know? It is what it is. We could just be a little bratty, you know? Dalton! Hey, Dalton! You shout across the hangar as you shove off the railings towards him, hoping that giving the cadet as much notice as possible, you won't spook him. Lieutenant! How can I help you, sir? You sigh inwardly, although he wasn't alarmed or shocked. You could tell he was more nervous than usual. Boy's got anxiety. Someone help him. Not the tomb. Nothing to worry about, Cadet. Just part of the patrol. Make sure to take it. Making sure to check in with everybody. How are you? Oh, I'm doing all right, Commander. Thank you. Are you sure, bud? It didn't seem possible for Dalton to be more apprehensive, but looking at him now, you could see something eating away at him. Are you sure about that, Cadet? Well, I, am... In the span of half a sentence, Dalton goes from a bundle of nervous energy to totally deflated. You just have a deflated sound, just... I don't want to be here anymore. Everything's going wrong, and it keeps getting worse and worse, and I have to be here alone with that thing, and I'm scared, and I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. Hey, Dalton, it's alright. Don't... Taken aback, you tentatively move forwards towards the cadet, raising your arm and laying a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Dalton bats your hand away, simultaneously wiping his eyes with his sleeve, smearing tears across his face. Oh. No, I'm fine, sir. I was just, sorry. I'm just a little bit stressed about it. It's been tough, and I need to fix the... You move forward again, but before you can reach him, he spins, preparing to kick off of the Juno towards the crates on the other side of the hangar. Grab him, yeah. Anchoring yourself onto one hand, you reach out with the other, grabbing back on his jumpsuit for a second, so before he can get away. No, sir, I've gotta go. I gotta. You strain for a moment against the force of his momentum, but your grip holds and you draw him back to you. Sir, Dalton, it's all right. Having done nothing to himself to stop himself, the force of you pulling Dalton leaves him slowly floating into your chest. It's gonna be okay. As Dalton floats imply in silence, you keep your grip on him, but don't say anything, not wanting to push him before he's ready. I'm sorry about that, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to get so worked up. It's just been really It's just been a really stressful day, and I'm finding it a bit tough. You move back slightly, giving yourself enough space so that you can look Dalton in the eyes. Or you would if he wasn't dejectedly avoiding eye contact. The boy's got autism and anxiety. Leave him alone. Hey, Cadet, like I said, it's alright. We have not said anything useful to this boy. We really haven't. The job's not easy at the best of times. It's fine to be stressed out. I know, but I really shouldn't be. You release your grip on his jumpsuit, laying the hand on his shoulder instead. Come on now, it's fine. You're alright. Can we say something else? Oh my god! We're regurgitating dialogue like an elderly person giving terrible advice right now. It's alright, come on now. Hey, come on. It's okay. Like, what the fuck? It's giving me Daisuke vibes from mouthwashing. He could have been inspired somewhat by Daisuke. I think they've been working on this game for longer than that, but who knows? It's very possible. I never played mouthwashing. I watched people play. I think I watched you play it, actually. We're all feeling the pressure right now. There's nothing wrong with admitting that. I think so. I think so, too. Also, JD, I'm doing good today. I feel good. Like, over the week, it's actually been rather relaxing for me. I've been catching up on sleep. I've been doing everything I wanted to do. I found a really, like, healthy work-life balance recently, which is I work on my game as a treat, and as a treat, I play Final Fantasy. And it's been great. I think you were. I recently rewatched it so I could learn from past mistakes. Are you gonna stream it again? If you were being honest, I'd be more worried about anyone on this ship who's not feeling the strain. But the chief and the captain and you... Trust me, cadet, everyone is feeling it at the moment. Turning away from you to look at the strange machine amongst the mass of foam at the other side of the hangar, the trainee engineer sighs despondently before looking back at you. But how do you all deal with it? You can't help but smile at Dalton's question. I wish I could tell you. Probably down the road. Oh, that would be cool. Really good at things are working. Yeah, I got 30 renders done over the week. That's... To understand, since I've started working until now, it was about at 100. So I managed to pump that out over about... I wouldn't say 3 days, because... But, like, 4 days, maybe. I've managed to pump out about 30 renders or so. And it's been really good. For me. I wish I could tell you, Dalton. Oh. But hey. You move your hand... You move your hand from Dalton's shoulder, instead patting him reassuringly on the arm. You're doing good work. I know it's tough. But just focus on what you've got to focus on, and let us worry about the rest, okay? Thank you, sir. I'll do my best. That's all you can do, cadet. Letting another deep sigh out, Dalton turns his back to the engine module he'd been preparing to remove. Grabbing onto the handle sticking out of the open maintenance hatch from one hand and rubbing his still teary eyes with the back of the other. I should really be, of course, no problem. Alright. We're gonna talk to everybody that we can, even if it pisses them off. Fire control, let's go see fire control. You've been ordered to carry out a security patrol by the captain, and with you being up to speed on what was going on in the hangar, that meant fire control was your next stop. Cool. As you step into the small room, you're surprised as Dylan turns around immediately. Hey, Lieutenant! Did they send you to check up? Oh, he's mad. Hey, Lieutenant, did they send you to check up on me? Just a standard security patrol, D's. How's it going? The normally placid warrant officer rolls his eyes, theatrically slumping back into his chair and gesturing at the monitors, all around him with visible frustration. Oh, you know, great. I've been ordered to remain on high alert, but the issue is with the long-range targeting system is even worse than before, so I can't actually do anything unless we've got a target within visible range. Which means I've got to keep looking at every one of these screens all the time and nothing else. So, you know, living the dream. What's wrong with the long-range system? As if I know. Same thing as before, just worse. You know how the enemy got the drop on us? We didn't even know they were here until they were right on top of us. Otherwise, I might have been able to get some shots in from the main guns. Might have been able to do something against that machine at least. Not like the point defense cannons were in use. I swear, I almost got it so many times, but it moved faster than the cannons could, and even when I tried to lead the target, it was too erratic to figure out where it'd be. Ugh! With a groan, Dylan slides further in his chair and kicks off the floor, sending the chair spinning in a slow circle. As he rotates, he glances all over the monitors before turning back to you. But yeah, anyway. The long-range targeting system's almost completely useless right now. It's been fuzzy since this morning. But it got way worse when that thing showed up. I tried to ask the chief to take a look at it, but she's still busy with the engines and everything else going on, so, like... He looks over the top of his glasses at you and shrugs. It is what it is, you know? Dylan makes another rotation, this time gently brushing his hand over the targeting system controls, shifting their slight focus as he rotates past them. So what's up with you, Lieutenant? Got pretty gnarly out there, huh? You alright? You take a moment to rub your neck, and you notice that it was beginning to stiffen. The pain was creeping in around the edges. Hopefully whatever the doctor gave you would hold out for a few more hours. Yeah, not too bad, Dees. Thanks for asking. That's good, yeah. I could see Hansen's Juno through the cameras. Pulled some pretty sick maneuvers. You must have been really hanging it on in there. You think back to how you'd been thrown around the cockpit by some of Hansen's stunts. The experience of clinging on to the temporary passenger seat wasn't one you wanted to relive soon. You're not wrong, things got pretty wild out there. I'm glad to have made it back in one piece. Yeah, I'm, sorry, I couldn't do more to help you out with the Gundog's weapons, you know? Just, everything was way too slow. You smile and wave your hands subtly to dismiss Dylan's concern. Don't worry about it, Dees. We couldn't do much against it either. I don't think there's anything on board that could have taken that thing out. Yeah, you might be right, huh? A silence hangs between the two of you as you're about to make your excuse to leave before Dylan leans forward in his seat, looking you dead in the eyes, and speaks in a hushed tone. So, like, what is that thing, Lieutenant? What happened on the O'Brien? Is it Martian? Terran? What's the deal? Have we got the pilot yet? You place your hands on your hips before shifting your weight to one foot and crossing your arms instead. Whilst exhaling deeply, you break eye contact to look around the room at the monitors. Finally looking back to Dylan, who sits there staring at you expectantly. Honestly, Dylan, I've got no idea. All I know is that... Look. All I know is that it blew the O'Brien to pieces, and then it came for the Gundog. Nothing we've got seems to be able to scratch it. Dylan lets out a loud sigh, making his frustration obvious. Great, okay. Well, thanks anyway, sir. I guess I better get back to these monitors in case another one comes looking for its friend. Sure, I'll check in with you later, Dees. With that, Dylan turns back to the walls of monitors, and you watch him begin to idly prod the controls, adjusting and shifting the views on some screens and altering the focus on others. So, fun fact about this, right? I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about visual novel game design really quick. I'm going to mute the music for a second. So, be ready for a tangent, not a tangent, but like an educational moment for you. So, visual novels oftentimes have false choices put into them, or choices that don't really matter but give you information. Our character saw a lot of shit on the ship, but there was optional stuff that we went and saw. So I think there's a reason why he doesn't mention the fact that we read the paper that the O'Brien had on. We read one of the reports that was on the O'Brien about the ship, about the enemy ship that we have on our ship now. and how they had it on board their ship. They found it and they didn't know what it was, so they kept it on their ship. And the pilot of it, who I believe we saw, because we did see somebody in like a spacesuit or something on the ship at one point. If you guys watch the video on YouTube, it was there. If you go back and watch it later, you'll see it. I recommend you do it and subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you go back, we actually do see somebody, but we mistake it as like our eyes playing tricks on us because we're on a ship in like the dark. So that person saw us once we got on board, went back to their ship, or went back to the ball thing that they were in, and was waiting for us. Detective Bernie's on the case. Exactly. So what they're probably doing is they're not going to mention that in the story because it was an alternate choice. It wasn't a choice that was like mainline. Sometimes visual novel developers and stuff like that will do that. They won't continue, or they won't really like connect the story. They won't connect the stories together. It's more there for the reader than it is for the players. It doesn't always happen. Sometimes it does, but it takes a lot of extra effort to basically like copy and paste a second line of the game on a timeline to basically like have one thing be different about it. It's kind of annoying. Usually what happens with like a Telltale game as an example is they have very minute changes. Sometimes they matter, sometimes it's the death of a character, sometimes it's you going to a different building that they already have put together, already have a thought put together. All of those alternate paths do matter and do play into a couple of things. But it all kind of comes together in one way or another. But as far as I know for now, they haven't mentioned it, which either means that it's not going to be mentioned at all, or it's it'll be mentioned later, essentially. But yeah. Alright, let's get out of here. Function. Let's see if there's anybody in the mess hall. Before you even head into the mess hall, the aroma of the machine-made coffee and pancakes wafts down from the four-side thoroughfare, and your stomach growls abruptly. You hadn't realized how hungry you were until now, but with the scent of rich food in the air, your body begins to let you know in no uncertain terms that you're ravenous. You step inside to see Ensign Rumney, leaning back lazily in the chair, slowly picking their way through a stack of syrup-covered pancakes. Syrup. Ah, oh, dude, I love pancakes. You see Mind's Eye came out, $60 price tag, and it's just terrible. I'm gonna treat it like Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky and everything else. It may have come out terrible, but it'll get fixed and it'll be fine. That's what I think about it. Just because I'm a little too, like, wary of the instant hate those games get. Ex-Rockstar devs, which means they don't have the cushion that Rockstar does. The investors were probably hassling them to push the game out sooner. That's probably it. Yeah. My god, we're in Chapter 7. Hey, Cammy. Needs more time to cook. Yeah, like everything else. Their investors got antsy and they were like, hey, you gotta put this game out now, essentially. Let's give Cammy a shout out really quick. There you go. We got Cammy, we got JD, we got everybody coming in today. Yee! How was Resident Evil Outbreak? Were you playing it with anybody? Because there is a way to do that, but, I was curious, Cammy. How's that been going for you? Oh, my game sold a copy. One of them. I have not sold the full bundles, unfortunately. But money is money. We've got to have money. Yeah, my friend linked that on my Discord. Yeah, I'm willing to give it like the benefit of the doubt. It's the same argument I've brought up before. It's the what is that horror game? The Dead Space like game, Juniper Chronicles. Obstacle Uranus Chronicle. What the fuck is the name of that? Was playing alone, and I've played it before. It's okay once you get used to it, because it's supposed to be kind of hard, isn't it? I'm looking for the game right now. Hold on. Looking for it. Obscuroscope. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Ah! That's the issue. When there's so many video games, it's hard to remember all of them. It's like the one you're on a space prison, and Sam Witwer is in it. I think his name is Callisto Protocol. Thank you. I don't know why I thought of anyway. Lion's Eye is the Callisto Protocol issue. It's a game we need to support because it's a new license, it's a new product, and it's a new studio. We need to support it, we should support it, and we shouldn't be telling everybody it's bad just because it's bad right now. You know, Callisto Protocol and stuff like that was bad too, but eventually it came out to be a pretty alright game for the most part. It's not amazing, but it's fine. And I think we need to be doing that with Mind's Eye. I think Mind's Eye is going to be perfectly fine. Yeah, it needs patches, but for anybody who's getting mad about it, stop buying games the day they come out. You know what I mean? Stop doing that. I can promise you, every single game that will continue to come out is going to have bugs, because guess what? As a game developer myself, I've worked on games before. I can tell you, I've worked on games in the middle of the frickin' night before, and I have been extremely tired. I've written typos, I've broken things, and I've done things that I shouldn't have when coding my games. And I have to go back to it in the morning after I get, like, a bunch of, like, you know, mod support from not mod support, a bunch of, feedback things from people who I'm lucky enough to have sometimes. And they'll be like, hey, this is broken, and this cutscene gets stuck here. I'm like, thank you, I'll fix that. And it's because I was developing it and working on it while I was tired, you know? And that's what happens. That's what happened with Mind's Eye, that's what happened with Callisto Protocol. It's that people get tired. Devs get tired. Specifically when on Unreal 5, it's buggy and messy. Yeah, Unreal 5 is just a nightmare, but... yeah. As you step aside, you see Ensign Rummy. Blah, 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 blah. Stack of pancakes covered in pancakes. Syrup. Stack of syrup-covered pancakes. Fork in one hand, coffee in the other. They acknowledge you by looking over to the doorway and raising their cup of coffee slightly before returning to their meal. Before you can say anything, your stomach growls loudly enough again. A smirk appears on the pilot's face. Briefly. But is quickly dismissed as they go and take another mouthful of pancake. Dude, I want pancakes. I have a story about pancakes I'll forget to tell you guys later. As they carry on eating, you decide to leave them to it for the time being and head into the room to take a look at the available options. Fucking, I want pancakes! Approaching the machine, you look over the list of options. You're surprised when you first got on board that the choice wasn't just as extensive as the machines on the larger ships you'd station on been. The problem was, with all that choice, it made it difficult to decide on what you wanted to eat. I want pancakes too. See? I feel like we all need pancakes right now. That's one way to heal America, damn it. Give the Americans pancakes, and the Aussies too. You spend a minute or two going back and forth between the various menu options before narrowing it down to hamburger, tacos, pancakes. I want pancakes, bruh! You selected the option that will give you an identical stack of pancakes to the one Haru is eating. And the machine begins to make a series of loud mechanical noises. After a few moments, the hatch opens, and a plate of steaming stack of pancakes covered in syrup comes out. Oh, I want pancakes now. I should, like, message somebody and be like, yo, pick me up some pancakes, please. And they'll be like, where the fuck am I gonna get pancakes? At IHOP, bro. I don't know. Don't Aussies have pancakes, man? Also, guys, I added 4 new video clips for you to check out in the bot, the thing. Just get some pancake batter from the store and cook them yourself. I can't do that! I'm streaming right now! You take a plate from the machine, and sit down. You assume that Haru's silence means they're not interested in conversation, and decide to respect that by not saying anything. As you begin cutting into the first pancake, you notice Haru looks at you from across that. You notice Haru look across to you after taking a slow, leisurely sip of coffee. Hey, Lieutenant. You're just taking your first mouthful as the ensign points their fork at you. Solid choice. I have pancake batter in my food place. Pancake batter in your food hole, more like it. Anyway, you nod as they do the same before returning to their own half-eaten stack. Due to your hunger, you consume the pancakes voraciously. And I'm glad that you were having fun with Outbreak, Cammy.
You have a great day. Could you do that for me?
Maybe I should make some pancakes and send you a picture, then a video of me eating them. If you want to, you can. You're more than welcome to. Murderface. Yeah, Lady loves that clip. That and the how much poop is too much poop one. And the barf wall. Due to your hunger, you consume the pancakes voraciously. With it only taking you a few minutes to consume the entire stack. You notice that although you managed to wolf down the whole plateful, Haru had made any progress on the remaining half stack. Feeling a bit self-aware of your gluttony, you stand up quickly and return the plate to the meal vendor. As the plate is taken back into the machines, you exhale deeply. A feeling of contentedness and satisfaction spreads through you, taking the edge off of your exhaustion. You look at the vending machine and consider all available stocks. Though a chocolate bar seems appealing, you take your ID card out of your pocket and slide it into the machine's card slot and key in your selection. One of the coils slowly spinning as the bar eventually gets ejected, landing on the bottom of the machine, near the access hatch. You got a silent voice. Nice, I'll save this for later. It's gonna melt in my pocket. I think of Pooh. I remember this anime called Dead Leaves from 2004-ish or something, where people are in sacks, and the pipe goes in the butt. One of the main people has a TV. That is a weird anime. I've never heard of that. I would never watch that. That's horrible. Although Haru was keeping to themselves right now, you felt that with things the way they were aboard, it'd be a good idea to check in with everybody. You pull up a seat next to the pilot, who gives you a flicker of recognition before continuing to slowly pick at their pancakes. Ensign Rumney, how are you doing? Probably better than you after that landing, Bernie. Didn't think I'd be seeing you out of sickbay so soon. Yeah, well, I was lucky that. So is Hansen out too? Oh, no, he's still being seen by the doctor. When I left, he was taking him into the surgery wing. Something about artificial acidification? Damn. How he managed to go out and break something that serious while you're up there. Whilst you're up and about without a scratch. Well, next time you see him, make sure you give him the thanks he deserves for getting you out of that situation alive. If it wasn't for his piloting, this whole ship would be space dust right now. You roll your eyes and cross your arms. You know they're not wrong. But the thought of actively thanking Hansen for something... Yeah, I'll let him know. Although, I did want to say, thanks for your help out there. I don't think we'd have made it without you. Whatever, Lieutenant. Hansen could have got out of that situation fine on his own. He just wanted to give me a chance to have some fun. No way something like that could have taken him down. Well, still. Thanks. Haru takes another sip of coffee and cuts another slither of pancake, leaving a silence to hang between the two of you. After a few moments, you stand up, step away from the table, and push the seat you've been sitting in back. You didn't see the potential for much conversation. Yeah, Haru is a bit of an asshole still. They still think we're a coward, despite the fact that we put ourselves in immense amount of danger for the entire crew twice now. As you walk away, you hear Haru scoot their chair back. Hey, Lieutenant. No problem. Okay, thank you. Thank you for not being an asshole. You smile and give them a nod before turning back. Okay. Visit engineering. Cassandra's quarters, crew corridor, 4 side thoroughfare, crew quarters 1, my quarters. I haven't been to my room in a while. Captain's quarters. I'd like to get access to her quarters. Bernie, you have access to her quarters. Oh, right. Armory. Let's go to the armory real quick. Let's just check a look around. What's our items? We still have to give this back to Cassandra at some point. I don't know if I really should, but... If we could go see, what's his name? Yeah, this is just the flavor text from before about the room. You see Cassie tossing and turning uncomfortably. She had been fast asleep when you and Hansen were brought in, to the point where you wondered if she's been sedated. But now she was fidgeting and groaning, appearing in genuine discomfort. Cassie? Cassie, is everything alright? You lay your hand on her shoulder and take her hand in yours. Hey, Cassie, can you hear me? What's wrong? Oh, it's you, Bernie. How was the mission? Did everything... Kya! She lets out a scream. Cassie yanks her hand away from yours, bringing it to her head, and using it alongside her free hand as if trying to hold her head together. Yeah! I can't, like, do a girly yell. Completely overtaken by pain, Cassie thrashes around on the bed. It's all you can do to stop her from throwing herself off of it. Cassie, it's alright! It's gonna be okay! You look around in panic, unsure of what to do. Your first instinct is to get Dr. Rosarium. But he's in the middle of a surgical procedure, and you don't think he'll just drop everything to go see Cassie. Cassie, did the doctor leave you anything? Any instructions? Any tablets? Also, Abyssal, I recommend the anime Mashal. It's pretty good. I recommend that one. I don't know if I'd watch the one you mentioned. That just kind of creeps me out a little bit. I think it's a little too much. I like my anime to be, like, not disgusting, usually. She's just screaming. Cassie, come on, anything? Pills on the counter. Without a moment's hesitation, you dash over to the counter. Top where you see a half-spent blister pack of tablets. Atop a box of more of the same. You grab a nearby small glass and fill it with water from the hand-washing station. Ew. And then you take it and the tablets over to Cassie. Hey, Cassie, wake up and take these, come on! You slide your arm under Cassie's back and gently bring her to an upright position, keeping your arm in place to prop her up. Oh, hey, honey, These are the tablets you mentioned, right? Cassandra, still in a daze, blinks at the glass of water and pills you hold up to her. Slowly reaching out to take the glass and then some tablets. Oh yeah, the doctor said they'd help with the headaches. Dreamily, she placed 2 in her mouth, and you help her with the glass of water. She drains it after you take it off of her. You lower her back down into bed. Thanks, sweetie. Then she passes out. You remain standing over her for a few minutes, but it looks like she's fallen into the same heavy slumber that she was in when you were brought down here earlier. You squeeze her hand before turning to leave. But before you can step away, you feel a gentle grip on your wrist. Hey, come back in a bit. I want to hear about your day. Before you can finish her, before she can finish the sentence, she slumps back onto the bed, releasing you. Sure thing, Cassie. Hey. Let's go to engineering and talk to our muscle mommy. You pass through the stillness of the thoroughfare and head into the thrumming depths of the engineering department. As you make your way through, you look around for any sign of the chief, staring at the catwalks and workstations above you, when the machinery that fills the level you're on, and finally finishing your search by scanning the levels below. Hey, Chief! Chief, are you in here? Chief! Taking a deep breath, you cup your hands around your mouth and shout, Chief! You wait a moment, but there's no response. Forthcoming, you decide that you could be sure the chief isn't in engineering. Despite the level of noise coming from the various machines, it wasn't like engineering was that loud. Instead of carrying on with your search for Chief Cathays, you turn your attention to the engineering department in general, quickly going through a mental list of checks that make up your patrol report. As far as you can tell, everything seems to be in order, leaving you without much to dwell on. Go to the central computer. Let's go to the engine. That's probably where she is. The doors of the engine room slide open, and in front of you, you're met with a disheartening sight of a huge engine remaining totally stationary, devoid of its normal rotation. The sense of stillness that permeates the vast area you're stood in is disconcerting. That's language. Oof. The only thing breaking the all-engulfing silence is the constant grumble coming from a lone figure of the chief, leaning over a control panel in the distance. Chief, everything all right? You call out as you approach her. No, damn it, Lieutenant! It's not! You're a little taken aback, both by Chief's crit response, but also that you didn't need to pester her in order to drag her attention away from what she was doing. Oh, no? No! If I didn't know better, I'd call it sabotage. But nobody else on this ship has the know-how to do that kind of thing. So right now I look like an idiot who can't get any peace back online. Whoa, hold on, Chief. Sabotage? It's not sabotage, Lieutenant. Like I said, no one on this ship would know how to do this kind of thing. But if I ruled out hardware issues, and I've never seen the software do a full reset on startup process before, so unless it's something I'm missing, like an idiot, then... Chief, what's going on? Ugh. I've gone through the entire startup process, and was just about to fire up the NPEs when the machine crashed into the hangar. When that machine crashed in the hangar. And I had to go and secure it. The status of everything should have held up at that point until I got back, but... And everything's been straightforward to, and it would have been straightforward to just enter a few commands and restart the engines, but... She lashes out with her boot, striking the bottom of the casing of the control panel that she's been working on. The whole process has been reset. All of my calibrations and checks have been wiped. I've had to start from the very beginning. Without the NEPs online, I can't even get the ship moving, let alone the NFDD started. And until I can get the HFDD up and running, I'm stuck here instead of being in the hangar figuring out what's going on with that machine. It's killing me. And every second I waste screwing around with the engines is another second we're adrift out in the boonies with God knows what in our hangar. Ugh! The chief strikes the base of the control panel again before leaning over it and beginning to key in commands. Even with present functions I've installed, even the present functions I've installed have been wiped out. It's basically at shipyard status. This is ridiculous. First I'm gonna have to... Is there anything I can do to help? Ha! No. Oh. Nothing personal, Lieutenant, but no. There's absolutely nothing that you can do to help me in this case. Well, but thanks for offering. No problem, I guess. Before you're even done responding, the Chief has turned her attention back to the screen, full of diagnostic settings, and has begun keying in commands, pausing to take note of some nearby readouts, and then inputting more information. You make a mental note to fill the captain in on the status of the engine startup process, and decide to leave the Chief to it, since there's apparently nothing else for you here. Deliver report to the captain. Can we please call what's her name a stuck-up little bitch, by the way? The lady on the bridge that's not the captain? I've taken a look at everywhere I need to. I guess it's time to report to the captain. Unless there's something I'm forgetting to check out. I want to patrol a little bit more. Before we actually do that, now that I think about it. Because the crew corridors. Wait a minute, this wasn't the way the last time I passed through here. What? I finished checking out everywhere and the captain wanted me to. Since I'm here, should I report to the captain? Whatever, alright, fine. I've not found anything that really needs reporting, but there's nothing else I need right now. So I should let the captain know I finished my patrol. After briskly making your way to the captain's quarters, you find yourself stood outside of her familiar insignia marked door. You're about to knock to announce yourself, but before you can, you instead move your hand to cover your mouth and let out a yawn. You stop midway through your exhalation, interrupted by the twinge of pain in your neck as you raise your arm. You roll your neck a few times, but this does nothing to shift the discomfort that you're now feeling. It seems like the painkiller the doctor gave you is beginning to wear off. You sigh and which quickly turns into a previously interrupted yawn. The tiredness which you've been doing your best to ignore since you've returned to the Gundog was now hitting you hard. You were suddenly very aware of your physical and emotional toll the past few hours had taken on you. As you feel exhaustion spread through your body, you hope that after you make your report, the captain would command Haru to take over security detail whilst you get some rest. Being mindful not to aggravate the pain in your neck further, you slowly raise your hand tentatively and knock on the captain's door. Enter. You hear the captain announce from the other side. Ah, Lieutenant Burney. Have you finished your patrol? You shut your eyes briefly and draw in a deep breath, mustering the energy to engage with the captain. Yes, ma'am. And? You release your breath slowly. Conversations with the captain could be exhausting due to how little effort she seems to put into them, and right now you felt the very real need to conserve your energy. Having visited the fire control, the bridge, the engine room, aside from the existing issues with the long-range communication system sensors, and the NEPs, there's nothing to report. With the exception of a few minor technical issues, which appear to be the result of our battle with that craft that I can't find anything outward or immediately suspicious. There's no sign of any intruder that I've been able to observe. I see. So, everything's in order? You clench your jaw to stifle a yawn. You catch a glimpse of the captain's bed. In the annex that serves as her bedroom, you find yourself desperately craving your standard issue bunk. On the patrol route, at least, yes. Good to hear. You do your best to stifle another yawn. The captain willing the captain to dismiss you. In that case, Lieutenant, you relax slightly, awaiting the orders to finish the day and pass the torch to someone else. I want you to head to sickbay and get an update on Ensign Crew's status. You tense up again. This prospect of immediate rest now pulled from under you. Ensign Cruz, ma'am? Yes, Lieutenant. When I previously spoken to Dr. Rosarium, he advised that the procedure should be finished some time ago. Ensign Cruz should be ready to resume duty shortly after. I need to brief Ensign Cruz on his new responsibilities, but I am yet to hear anything from the doctor. So, Lieutenant, I need you to head to sickbay to find out what the delay is. Understood? You allowed your wariness to creep over you, but it had been bearable because of the expectation that once you reported to the captain's duties, you'd be done. Now, though, with another task foisted upon you, it felt almost overwhelming. With a Herculean effort, that you hide from the captain, you throw a swift salute and acknowledge that your new task, the glare that makes you men fall to their knees, probably. Like, she's like an extremely dominant in-bed woman, and she likes to handle brats really well, you know? Or, you know, she's absolutely a sub, and this is all a front that she has to put up in a position that she has. Yes, ma'am, understood. Very good. Dismissed, Lieutenant. You maintain your posture until you've left the captain's quarters. But as the door closes behind you, all you can do is not slump to the floor. This must be the last thing she has for me to do today. There's no way. You sigh deeply and pinch the bridge of your nose for a moment to wallow in your God damn it! To wallow in your exhaustion until you feel ready to face the latest challenge. Alright, let's go. You lean back against the rear wall of the elevator to shut your eyes, savoring the brief moment of relaxation that comes from resting on the cool metal wall, and listening to the gentle hum of the elevator's movements. You stay this way, seconds away from drifting off to sleep, until you feel the elevator begin to slow. You warily open your eyes to push off the wall, standing upright. You lazily bring your hand up to your eyes and shield them from the harsh glare that you know will come from sickbay's lighting. Your eyes adapt at the lighting, and the first thing that catches your attention is the glitter-like shimmer from the floor on the far side of the room. Once your vision was adjusted completely, you realize that these sparkles are caused by the high-powered lights reflecting off of the fragments of broken glass that are scattered on the floor. Huh? Uh-oh! Hey, Marty! Ugh. Ugh. Time got away from me very quickly there with the ads. Thank you to those that subscribe and support the stream. I really appreciate it. I hope you're all having a good day. Yeah. Excuse me, jeepers creepers, where'd you get those peepers? Ugh. Man, what a day. I took a nap. I shouldn't be sleepy, but I guess when I'm sleepy, I'm gonna be sleepy peepee. It is one of those things. The sleep just catches up with you, or it's always some kind of, you know, sleepy battle. You know what I mean? Bum bum. Bum bum. Well, he ain't my boy, but the brother is heavy. Get my way possessions and moved into a Chevy. Yeah, man, that's the master plan. Something, 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 eating corn out the can. Alright, we got 15 seconds left before the ads are officially done. And then we'll continue the story. Ooh boy, what was revealed is quite anxiety-inducing at the moment, I must say. It's gonna be good. I think you guys are gonna... I think we're gonna see some interesting shit happen. Doctor! Slumped over his desk, Dr. Rosarium... slumped over his desk is Dr. Rosarium. You approach him, and the dread is replaced with nausea. You see one of his organic eyes remains open, staring straight out, devoid of life. Doctor, damn it! You quickly draw your electron shock weapon as you look over the bed with Cassie on it. Cassie! You see her seeing her lying still, you move swiftly to check that she's alright, and feel a rush of relief as you see her chest rising and falling. Shiver runs up your spine as you hear the sound of someone stepping on broken glass behind you. You hold your breath and wait for a single second, then swing around, bringing your gun to bear where you heard the noise come from. You swing your arm around, it's immediately intercepted, stopping its arc before you can aim where the noise behind you has come from. All you have time is to process the fist flying towards you, striking you square on the chin. There's nothing you can do but stagger backwards. Within a second, you're unconscious. Oh, fuck. I saw you got the new old Dead Rising. Yes, it was gifted to me. I want to play that sometime soon. I have to get a guide together for Dead Rising because the game is very hard, but I liked it. I beat it a long time ago, but I wanted to beat the remake again. I wanted to beat the remake, sorry. Sometime in the future too, I'll probably do Astronauts. I fell asleep watching people play that, so I should be able to slowly learn from watching it as well. Wake up, Lieutenant! Wake up, Lieutenant! Sorry. I said wake up, Lieutenant! Asleep on the job, and your girlfriend are too... You and your girlfriend are too much alike. Bitch! Lord, what's... Finally! I was beginning to think that you decided to copy our Lieutenant Commander and play Sleeping Beauty for the rest of the mission. Cassie, is she... Ugh. At the same moment that you sit up, a lance of pain strikes you at the base of your skull and you wince, gritting your teeth and squeezing your eyes shut. I wouldn't make any sudden movements if I were you. We found you knocked out flat on the floor of the sickbay. Looking at the way you fell, you must have taken a serious blow. A shame. It's not like we've got a doctor to deal with that kind of thing anymore. Moving more slowly, this time you bring yourself upright and maneuver so that you're sitting on the edge of the bunk. You keep your head bowed as you tentatively feel the back of where you were hit. Where you hit the back of the foot, whatever. Dr. Rosarium, he's dead. You must not have got a good look at him, but someone pulled his plug. Kind of funny when... Okay, Lieutenant Lord, that's enough. What about Commander Quinn? Is she... What, you don't want to know more about the doctor? Aren't you already planning an investigation? Shouldn't you be asking me if there's any information that might help you find the... You turn to look at Vanessa straight in the eyes. Your face a stern expression of disapproval. Just tell me how Commander Quinn is doing, Lord! She's unscathed, Lieutenant. As always, she somehow managed to come out of things absolutely fine. What a bitch. Hey, Ventrolic, welcome in. It's going good, man. It's going real good. This VN is amazing. I love it. We moved her to her quarters for the time to keep her secure. Good, okay. You rest your elbows on your knees and place your head in your hands, massaging your temples in an attempt to reduce the pain that has traveled up your neck and onto your forehead. What happened? I went to sickbay to see the doctor, and I saw the doctor at his desk, went over to Quinn, and you remember spinning around to aim your electroshock weapon at whoever had been behind you, but you hadn't managed to get a good look before they knocked you out. I got knocked out. What happened after that? Well, lucky for you, Ensign Cruz was in the surgery wing, waking up after his procedure. He saw the silhouette of you fight through the glass and hit an emergency alarm. He saw the silhouette of your fight through the glass and hit the emergency alarm. Okay. Although whoever it was managed to escape before Cruz could make his way out of the surgery wing, or anyone else could get there. Ooh, that's not good. That makes it twice that he saved you in this mission. Maybe we should be promoting him to head of security instead. God, could you not be a bitch about everything? You roll your eyes as at the thought of whilst cringing internally. Having Hansen to thank for your survival was becoming uncomfortably a common occurrence. So what's the current situation then? Do we know? As you go to stand up, the same pain from earlier returns, so you sit back down, wincing and rubbing your neck. Unfortunately, Lieutenant, no, we don't know anything. Sorry, they can't. Yeah, really, they fucking can't. She really can't. Let me give Ventrolic a shout out really quick. How you doing, Ventrolic? Welcome in. How was Dune? With our head of security taking a nap and everyone on high alert at their stations, we've not managed to have a chance to investigate. But don't you worry, Lieutenant. We've got Ensign Cruz and Rumney taking care of security operations until you recover. The whole ship's on lockdown at the moment. All the clearance is restricted purely to necessary duty areas for each crew member, and access can only be granted from within the room if someone wants to enter. So the captain's happy for you to take the time to recover. If Captain Bartomeu doesn't want me back on duty immediately, why are you here? Lieutenant, we're crewmates. Can't I stop by and check in on your recovery? What are you gonna show up and like... never mind. Thanks for the shout out. It's going pretty well so far. Getting very grindy though. I imagine it's less grindy if you have people to play it with, huh? You shoot Vanessa a stern expression, raising your eyebrows, but staying silent. Oh, fine, Lieutenant. I wanted you to understand the full stakes of what's happening right now. We're stuck out here with no communication system. Our doctor is dead. Our lieutenant commander is inconveniently out of action for the foreseeable future. We've got a hostile craft sat in our hangar. And with all this going on, our captain's guidance is to lock things down and carry on. Considering the circumstances, you think she'd go just a bit more of a proactive approach, wouldn't you say? Lord, what are you getting at? Nothing, Lieutenant. Don't worry about it. For now. She keeps mentioning it like she's gonna mutiny. I don't want a mutiny. I really don't. I just wanted to make sure that you were up to speed on the current events in case you needed to make any decisions, that's all. Anyway, take these and get some sleep. You react with a start as Vanessa throws a small packet of painkillers at you. You catch it and turn it over in your hands. Notice the box is slightly crumpled. You pull a small fragment of glass from where it had been lodged between the box's tabs. We'll be needing you, Lieutenant, soon. You look up from the packet just as Vanessa turns to leave the room. How did she get in our room? Hey!
Choose your fate.
Watch the show, or watch the show. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Bernie VTuber. I'm a little orange cat. I play a lot of different things. I play visual novels, adventure games, point-and-click shooters, action games, porn games. I play it all, goddammit, and I even make porn games. So welcome in, everybody, from Nano Goblin stream. I hope you guys had fun watching Nano Goblin play Donkey Kong Country. I was there and I forgot. Go figure. But, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She went through the ducts? Probably. Without saying anything else, she exits your room and steps into the corridor beyond. Hype. Yeah, hypa, indeed. How you doing, Nano Goblin? Thank you so much. Steps into the corridor beyond. The door hissing shut soon behind her. Vanessa is gone. You take your opportunity to look over the packet again before placing it down next to you and on your bunk. You make another attempt to stand up, although you're more cautious about it this time. Ugh. Despite... Excuse me, Jesus Christ. Despite how gingerly you'd risen up to your feet, the pain in your neck had still reappeared before you were even upright. With a sigh of relief, you open the box Vanessa had given you and extract two tablets from the packet, quickly tossing them into your mouth and swallowing. You slowly lie back down in your bunk, resting your head on your pillow. As you lie there, you go over what Vanessa had told you. Dr. Rosarium was dead, but Cassandra was fine. Whoever had been responsible hadn't been apprehended, and the whole ship was on high alert. You begin to think over who the assailant could be. You couldn't think of motivation for a single crew member to attack the doctor. Although, now that you think about it, the disarray in sickbay was very similar to what you saw in the O'Brien. What you saw in the O'Brien was what was happening here. Plus, what was Vanessa talking about making decisions for? Your mind slows as the medication kicks in, and your thoughts lazily drift from one subject to the other. Although you do your best to keep thinking about the dramatic shift in circumstances, you feel yourself beginning to slip out of consciousness and back into an exhausted slumber that Vanessa had interrupted. The last thing you remember before drifting off to sleep is that as soon as you were awake, you knew the first thing you were going to do was visit Cassandra. April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214. Uh-oh. I love this. This is so good. After recovering from the attack, Lieutenant Bernie the Cat awakens in their quarters a full 24 hours later to find that they are yet to have received any instructions. With no pending orders, they decided to check on Lieutenant Commander Quinn to see if they had recovered from their affliction. Jovian Space, the Lieutenant Bernie the Cat's quarters, the Jovian patrol ship JSF Gundog. Reaching up and above, you're interlacing your fingers, you lean back, stretching out on your back and your neck. As you release the last remnants of tension from your body, you sigh. Thankfully, it seemed the bed rest was all you needed to shift the acclimated aches and pains that you'd gained before the course of yesterday. Interlacing? Yeah. Like you lace your fingers together? I think that's what it is. I don't know. Some sleep coupled with a shower and a change of uniform had left you feeling like a completely new person, almost as if nothing had happened at all. Although despite how reinvigorated you felt, there was no way that you could ignore what had happened. Still, there had been no more alerts, and you did not receive any orders via your terminal, a sign you had hoped that everything was going well. Now that you were fully recovered, you had resolved to start the investigation into who had murdered the doctor and attacked you. But first, you'd be visiting Cassie. Stepping out onto the corridor, you onto the corridor. Beyond your quarters, you barely make it halfway through the Foresight thoroughfare before an announcement sounds over the loudspeaker. You instantly recognize it as Vanessa, despite the slight distortion caused by its speakers. Attention all hands, I repeat, attention all hands. This is Lieutenant Vanessa Lord. All members of the crew are to assemble on the bridge for an emergency briefing. Attention all hands, I repeat, attention all hands. The announcement made a few more times until it eventually you hear a subtle pop of the speakers indicating Vanessa had stopped broadcasting. An emergency briefing. You quickly made it through the ship towards the bridge, only stopping once you're outside the elevator. You run your keycard through the reader and wait a little longer than usual. You can only assume that whoever is on the bridge is taking a few seconds to authenticate your ID and grant you permission to enter. Yeah, that vent is still open, by the way, so, like, anybody can just get in there. Soon enough, the doors open and you step inside. As you stand alone in the elevator listening to the dull whir of its motor, you wonder why the captain called this meeting. Had she come up with a plan to apprehend the attacker? Had Haru and Hansen uncovered some plot while you were resting? Or had something even worse happened that the whole crew needed to be made aware of? After a short wait, the door slides open, and you step out onto the bridge, where you'd expected to see the captain. Instead, you see Vanessa sat in the captain's chair, flanked by Haru and Hansen. Lieutenant Bernie the Cat, glad to see you're so enthusiastic. Please wait until the rest of the crew join us. What's this about, Vanessa? Where's the captain? I'll address that once everyone else is here, Lieutenant. Uh-oh. It's a mutiny. I told you it was gonna be a mutiny! This is no time for screwing around. What's going on? Take it easy, Lieutenant. Ensign Rumney swaggers up to you, placing their hand on your shoulder before moving around behind you. Lieutenant Lord just needs you to be patient and wait for a few minutes until the big announcement. Your posture stiffens as you feel something blunt thrust against the small of your back. You're confident enough that, unlike Cassandra's prank when you first came aboard, this isn't a pen. You better to listen to what Ensign Rumney says, Lieutenant. They like to be in charge, and don't take kindly to people who try to get on top of them. You feel the blunt object slide down your back to your side as Haru steps around you, keeping their arm draped over your shoulder. Crew should know, he's speaking from experience. You glance down to see that protruding out from underneath the jacket that they're always carrying around is the muzzle of a large gun. Oh, it's a mutiny. Not an electroshock gun like yours, but a lethal weapon. Vanessa, what the hell are you? She told you to wait, sir. You'd gone to step towards Vanessa, but Haru emphasizes their point by thrusting the gun deeper into your side. You quickly stop, letting them draw you back to where you stood. There we go. Good choice, Lieutenant. Let me look after you, and we'll both have a good time. I don't like this pervert. Before you can respond, there's a small electronic chirp that sounds from the captain's chair. Vanessa looks down at the control panel and enters a quick series of commands. You hear a whir as the elevator after it opens for a few seconds, revealing Dalton, who nervously steps onto the bridge. I heard the announcement, and, that's good, Cadet. Thank you for being so prompt. Do me a favor and stand over there by the lieutenant, would you? What, is he gonna fucking shoot Dalton? Oh, yes, ma'am. Will do. As the cadet makes his way over to your side, you look at Lieutenant Lord, staring at her with silent fury. All you get as a response is a sly grin. As much as you'd love to wipe that look from her face, you know that Hansen would be on top of you the moment you tried to disarm Haru. You couldn't really rely on Dalton to remain calm in that situation either. There's a chance he would get caught in any crossfire. Instead, you just remain silent. It's good you're feeling better, Lieutenant. I was really worried when I heard what had happened to you in the sickbay. Thanks, Dalton. With her smirk looking increasingly more sinister, Vanessa shakes her head at you, causing you to stop responding midway through. Sir? Oh. You hadn't had much time to resent Vanessa's subtle malice when you hear the same electronic chirrup as earlier. After Vanessa repeats the previous process, Dylan soon appears. Wow, great atmosphere in here, huh? Dylan looks around at all of you. After receiving no response, he brings his headphones over his ears and reaches into his jacket pocket. You hear the click of his cassette player and watch enviously as he drifts off into his music. It doesn't take long after that for the chief to arrive. Much like Dylan, she takes stock of the silence and doesn't interrupt it. Damn it. Instead, standing silently by one of the control panels. All of you stand in this awkward silence, with no one either daring or willing to break the silence that fills the bridge, although you notice a few furtive glances from the chief as she surveys the room. Some look shared between Haru as they keep the rest of the crew under close surveillance. Everyone remains still. Leaning back onto the chair and crossing her legs, Vanessa positions her elbow onto the armrests and rests her head in her hand. Don't worry, everyone. We're just waiting for the captain to arrive, and then things can begin. There's a round of uncomfortable looks that pass between Dylan, Chief, and Dalton. After a moment, the Chief steps forward with something to say. Lieutenant Lord, what are you... Wait for the captain to get here, Chief. It'll all make sense then. It's a fucking mutiny, 100%. You see the Chief mull over this response, although it takes a few seconds. She steps back, taking her previous position by the control panels. The silence of the bridge, which had clearly never been designed to hold this many people at once, continues to drag on, as it's eventually broken by a familiar chirp of an access request. And here she is now. Lieutenant Lord, what are you doing calling an unauthorized all hands? What are you doing in the captain's seat? Yep, mutiny. I called it. I called it before. I called it, like, in the first playthrough, I think, of this. Or the first, like, part I did of this. The level of tension that was already present suddenly explodes as suspense saturating the air. You feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up as the realization of what Vanessa planning hits you. Just like the Chief, Dalton and Dylan eyes the flick. Just like the Chief, Dalton, and Dylan, your eyes flick from the captain to Vanessa. Well, it is my seat, after all. What did you just say? Striding forward with the intensity and purpose of the captain raises her right hand across her body and swings to strike Vanessa. Careful, Bartimeus. You don't want to get written up for striking a superior officer, do you? God, these guys are such dicks. I fucking hate them. I can't wait till we get a chance to shoot them. At the last moment, Hansen's arm had reached out, viper quick, and he grabbed the captain by the wrist before he could bring the back of her hand down on Vanessa. Cruz, you release me immediately. Cruz, you idiot, you... Hey. How about everyone calms down for a moment, huh? Stepping away from you, Haru reveals the handgun they'd been hiding in their jacket and waves it around lazily. He's right next to us. I would literally slam, like, fucking body check this little shit into the wall with that gun and it would go flying, like, immediately. Hey, Matt. Their jacket waves it around lazily before walking over to the stand opposite of Vanessa from Hansen. There we go. Now that we all understand who's in charge here, this is mutiny! Yanking her arm back from Hansen, the captain turns to face you while pointing at Vanessa. Lieutenant Bernie the Cat, detain these three immediately. You move your hand towards your holstered electroshock weapon, but you find yourself hesitating for a brief instant. Follow the captain's orders. You grab your weapon, but before you are able to draw it halfway out of your holster, both Haru and Hansen are pointing their guns right at you. Admirable, Lieutenant, But you're not that stupid, are you? Actually, I am pretty stupid and kind of suicidal, so don't fuck with me. Don't worry, I know you're just following orders like any good member of the JCF would. And I won't hold it against you. If you holster that weapon right now... You glance from Vanessa to Hansen and Haru, whose weapons are both trained on you. If I jump out of the way, there's like a 50-50 shot they're gonna hit me. Although Haru's expression is hard to read due to their shades, you can see a steely coolness in Hansen's eyes. Fuck. Telling you that he'd have no hesitation to pull the trigger at Vanessa's order. Knowing that you wouldn't be able to draw your weapon before you'd be gunned down, and that the two pilots are clearly willing to do so, you release your grip on your weapon and slowly raise your hands. Good choice. Cunt. Anyway. I won't stand for this. All of you are... Cruz. Yes, ma'am. In the blink of an eye, Hansen steps up to the captain and... Captain balls his hand into a fist and swiftly strikes her in the stomach. What the fuck?! Cruz! Slow down, Lieutenant. Shut up, you stupid fucking smug little shit. I hate you so much. The captain staggers backwards, clutching at her stomach before falling onto her knees, retching in pain. Stepping towards the captain, Hansen cracks his knuckles. Cruz, that's enough. Damn it, Cruz, stop. That'll be enough, Ensign Cruz. I'm sure she's willing to listen now. Unless anyone else has another objection. Yeah, I do. You're a cunt. Dalton shit in his pants, of course. That's what I thought. Uncrossing her legs and rising from the captain's chair, Vanessa takes on the formal posture and walks to the middle of the bridge. I, Lieutenant Vanessa Lord, at 1700 Jovian Standard Time, April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214, in accordance with Jovian Colony Fleet Convention Section 16, Article 7, announce myself the new captain of the JSF Gundog. I justify my announcement through Section 16, Article 9 of the grounds that neither the captain nor her second-in-commander fit for duty based on medical circumstances. As we currently don't have a doctor on board, I am forced to make the assessment based on my own discerntion. In addition to this, under Jovian Colonial Fleet Convention Section 16, Article 12, I am limited both in previous captain and lieutenant commander. I'm limiting both previous captain and lieutenant commander to their quarters on suspicion of treason. Lord, what the hell are you? You spring forward to grab Vanessa. Your hands are already on your electroshock weapon. But before you can do anything before you can get to her, you're immediately stopped by Haru, whose pistol is crammed deep into your stomach. There's only so many times I'm gonna tell you to stay cool, Lieutenant. I can't wait to skullfuck this motherfucker's eye sockets. He's annoying the shit out of me. I hate him so much. Looking past Haru and smug Vanessa, you see Hansen has similarly leveled his gun at Chief and Dalton, both who have stepped backwards. If you care to let me explain, we are currently in the middle of this situation that goes beyond the negligence and incapability. Lieutenant Lord. The captain hisses, staggering to her feet with one arm over her stomach. You stop this now, or... And she got hit again. With a slap that echoes through the bridge, Vanessa sends the captain, who was still unsteady on her feet, reeling. There's so much distraction going on right now that you probably could grab the gun away from, like, Haru or Dalton, and, like, or Haru or Hansen, and Hansen's probably not gonna risk it. That's how you know it's Gundam-inspired. Oh, yeah. She falls back on the floor. Dalton moves to help her, but it's quickly blocked by Haru. As I was saying, it's clear that both
Barbara's fault.
Mary's Barmuse and Cassandra Quinn are traitors. You expect me to believe that the captain and her second-in-command are both incapacitated exactly when the clearance is needed to maintain the ship operations? It is Barbara's fault. And that somehow an unknown craft, clearly made by our enemies, manages to make its way into our hangar, having already destroyed the O'Brien from within and killing its crew? Don't tell me this is a coincidence. It's clearly treachery. The Gundog and the O'Brien are obviously both being offered up as test data for the new enemy weapon, and Barmuse and Quinn are traitors who sold us out. Why else would they keep us from reactivating the Gundog? How else could that craft have gotten aboard without help? Why would Quinn be mysteriously out of sight when it happened? What was she on the ship when it happened? Like, what the fuck? And Dr. Rosarium ends up dead and when she's in his care. Exactly! She was in his care! What did he find out? Did she decide he knew too much? Not only is Quinn a traitor, she's a murderer too. Lord, that's insane. How the hell could you want to be careful, Lieutenant? No, I don't. I want to skull fuck you. Now shut up. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt since you're the one that brought the Gundog back online and were with Ensign Cruz during the attack. But your close association with Lieutenant Commander Quinn means that I've had my eyes on you for a while, and I'm by no means confident that you're nothing to do with this. After all, Ensign Cruz didn't see anyone else in the sick bay after the doctor's murder except you and Quinn. How could I have... Ugh. Very suspicious. Still, for now, it seems that I can trust you. Oh, we are going to overthrow these cocksuckers. So, as per Article 16, or Section 16, Article 12, I'm announcing that all crew present, with the exception of Mary's Bartomeu, have the choice as to whether to continue to serve under my rightfully mandated authority, or if they'd like to maintain their allegiance to a traitor, and be treated as co-conspirators when we get back to the Europa colony. The agonizing silence fills the room as Vanessa stouts proudly amongst the crew, who shifts nervously. Both Hansen and Haru keep their guns trained on the crew on each side of the room, compounding the uneasy quiet. Don't worry, I'll be happy to take any lack of response as an affirmative. The silence drags as it's clear that none of the crew on board have any idea but at the same time, it's obvious that none of them have enough loyalty to the captain to justify the risk of being charged with treachery. Hi, Firebolt! For you, though, this isn't about the captain, it's about Cassie. Lord, would you think about what you're doing? Taking medical command is one thing, but accusing the captain and Cassie of treason is... This sounds an awful lot like a no, Lieutenant. I can't wait to bust her fucking glasses and, leave the glass in her eyes. You grit your teeth and breathe. Can't save. It is a no. There's no way I'd join with you in your scheme. This is nothing but your personal grudge. You saw a chance and you took it. There's no way the JCF will take your side on this. That's a shame, Lieutenant. I really thought you had more sense than that. But I suppose there's no surprise. At least it resolves matters. Cruz. Nothing personal, Bernie. But orders are orders. Shifting his weapon's focus from the Chief and Dalton to you, Hansen walks across the room, stopping to sweep an arm out from underneath, slowly slowly recovering captain, who was again attempting to return at her feet, sending her back to the floor. This guy's such a dick! Make life easy for both of us. Turning on her heels, Vanessa returns to the captain's chair, sitting down with a smug expression on her face. Chief Engineer Cathays, Cadet Grange, I want those engines online now. As soon as they're operational, they'll be heading back to the Europa colony. Warrant Officer Dees, I want you on fire control and remain on high alert. I'm going to assume that we're in enemy territory, and I want you to look out for any hostile activity. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What's that, Chief? Yes, Captain. You're all dismissed. With that, 3 crew members quickly depart from the bridge in a single elevator, leaving you with Vanessa, the 2 pilots, and the captain. Ensign Rumney, you take care of Miss Bartomeu's. Sure thing, Captain. Shoving their gun back into the waistband, Haru walks over to the captain, lackadaisically delivering a kick to the captain's stomach, causing her to heave and curl up in the fetal position. Come on, Bartomeu, let's get going. Dragging the captain upright, Haru holds on to her. That's how you know they're evil. They're abusing the captain. They're abusing a prisoner. Holds on to her until she's able to stand, shoving her towards the elevator as soon as she can stagger forwards. Once they're both in the elevator, the pilot turns to you, looking over the tops of their shades as the door slides closed. You made a bad choice, Bernie. Yeah, go fuck yourself, you little shit. Cut your goddamn balls off by the time this is over. As soon as the doors of the elevator are containing Haru and the captain are closed, the doors on the other open. You feel the muzzle of Hansen's gun as it's thrust into your back. One more thing. Keeping his gun firmly pressed onto the small of your back, Hansen leans towards your side and draws your electroshock weapon from its holster. Stepping back, he slides your weapon into a pocket within his jacket before gripping his gun with both hands, returning the muzzle to the small of your back. Don't want you getting any ideas. Mind you, you could just, like, abruptly jump out of the way and turn around. You could John Wick it. You could totally John Wick it. Take him away, Hansen. Yes, ma'am. Hansen shoves his gun harder into your back, and you reluctantly comply, walking across the bridge into the waiting elevator. Once you turn around, Hansen keeps his gun trained on you, and behind him you see Vanessa staring at you from the captain's chair. It's really a shame, Lieutenant. I had such high hopes for you. Before you're able to tell Vanessa what you'd hope for her, the doors slide closed. You're left in silence with Hansen. The elevator's a small place. That gun could be pushed out of the way really fucking quick. Once you arrive in the central hub, you're unceremoniously shunted at gunpoint through the ship towards your quarters. He didn't take our keycards, by the way. Once Hansen gestures towards the terminal at the side of the door. Understanding his instruction, you take out your keycard and run it through the reader and enter your security code. As soon as the door opens, Hansen snatches the card out of your hand and shoves you into the room, causing you to stagger your way inside. Leaning nonchalantly against the door frame, his boot positioned to stop the door from closing automatically, Hansen looks at you wordlessly. He remains silent for a few seconds with a ruminative expression on his face until you manage to stand back up and face him. Once you've regained your composure, that's a goofy-looking gun, by the way. He regains his composure and straightens up and angles his gun towards you. You know, Bernie, I was beginning to come around on you. What's that supposed to mean? Also, I'm doing fine, Firebolt. Hansen smirks. The stuff you've done, you're actually kind of alright. You might not be the coward you were back on Kaleki anymore. Thanks, good to know. I've changed your mind. Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself, Bernie. You might not be the coward, but you're still an idiot. You should have gone with the rest of the crew and sided with Lord. Now you, Bartimeus, and your girlfriend are gonna get pulled up on treason. There's no way the JCF's gonna believe her. You, Lord, Rumney. You're all going to get court-martialed for the mutiny. I don't know about that, Bernie. Lord's got some pretty serious evidence. She's got it all figured out. This is how it ends, Lieutenant. You're down You're going down for some third-rate captain and your airhead girlfriend. I hope it's worth it. It's a shame. I was kind of looking forward to grabbing a drink with you and Rumney back on Europa. Whatever. We'll see. We'll pour one out for you. Oh, thanks. Hey, don't worry about it. His gun's gone! We can beat him up! Oh, goddammit. Now get comfy, Lieutenant. You're gonna have a dull trip back to Europa. Yeah. Joke's on you. We're not getting back to Europa. As Hansen turns to walk away, you leap towards him, aiming to get your hand in the way of the door to prevent it from closing. Before you can make it to the door, Hansen pivots once again, levels his gun at you. You stop inches away from the door. Luckily, we're not completely stuck in a room. We do have Cassandra's keycard for one, I think, still. And two, we can peel up the floorboards and crawl out, and then get to security, get a real gun, shoot Hansen and Haru, and then blow Vanessa's brains out, hopefully. You yell, banging your fist on the door. You can't do this! With your head in your hands, you turn back away from the door, and sit down in your bunk, your mind racing as you think about Vanessa's mutiny, the prospect of getting court-martialed, and what might happen to Cassie. You're so angry you can barely think straight. Different thoughts rush through your mind, but you can't focus on one for long until it's replaced by another. Your mind becomes a rolling storm of emotion. Eventually, after much pacing, swearing, and the occasional quick kick delivered to the now stubbornly shut door, you manage to calm down enough to begin formulating a plan. She's not going to get away with this. April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214. You can tell I'm emotional about the story. Following the murder of Dr. Rosorium, Lieutenant Lord takes command of the JSF Gundog, and on the grounds that both the captain and her second-in-command are unfit for duty. As her first act, Captain Lord has Mary Bartolmews and Lieutenant Commander Quinn confined to their quarters on suspicion of treason. The ship's security officer, Lieutenant the Cat, also confined to his quarters after refusing to follow the new chain of command. I wish we could have gotten the gun! Jovian Space, Lieutenant the Cat's quarters, the Jovian spaceship, JSF Gundog. You wince and draw your hand back from the wall panel next to your bunk. After spending half an hour unsuccessfully trying to find the catch, you remove the panel. All you've managed to do was snag your nail on the edge and tear it. Oh, that's gotta hurt. With a loud exhalation, you move from your bed to your computer terminal on the other side of the room. You idly hit a few keys, but the only response you get is a screen displaying the familiar text as the last few times you tried it. Access denied, insufficient authority. Oh, they probably voided her keycard too, now that I think about it. As easy as it was to hate her, you had to give Vanessa credit. Her machinations had clearly been well thought through. Nothing has been missed when it came to making sure you would remain imprisoned. You hadn't noticed it when you awoke earlier, but someone must have gone through your quarters whilst you were unconscious. Small items like your nail scissors and a metal bookmark had been taken, leaving you with nothing to pry open the access panels. Sitting down on the chair in front of the terminal, you wondered how long she'd planned for this. And how much she accounted for. Placing your elbows on the keyboard and your head in your hands, you sigh again. You'd gone through every trick you'd learned in your time as a security officer, and none of them were helping you get out of here. Leaning back and looking at your watch, you see it's nearly 6 hours since you've been in prison. You felt the rumble of the Gundog's engines coming back to life about 3 hours ago. It would only be a matter of days until you arrived back on the Europa colony. Waiting for you there, if Vanessa was successful, was a trial of treachery. You had your head in your hands again at the thought there was only one outcome for a guilty verdict on that charge: execution. Ugh. That's why you hide things in your butt cheeks. Leaning back in your chair, you stare listlessly at the ceiling. There had to be something that you could do. I suppose I've got the time. I need to catch up on my reading now. I wonder if I can make it through the last 6 books before we get back to the Europa colony. I always wished I could have a few more minutes longer in bed each morning. I guess that wish has come true. At least I've got enough clean uniforms to last me until we get back to Europa. Gotta look good for my trial. It's been locked for the last 10 times. I checked it. I don't see that there's any changing anytime soon. Oh. Okay, let's see. You type in a few commands and attempt to navigate further into the terminal's interface, but every action you carry out is met with the same response. Yeah, I thought so. Examining the control panel next to the door, tapping on the casing, pressing the buttons, and investigating the wiring that runs out underneath it before settling on your course of action. Hey! Hey, Rumney, are you going to let me out of here or what? Hey, Rumney, can you hear me? Let me out! Shut up, Bernie! Yeah, that went as well as I thought. Let's keep knocking on the door. There's no one here right now. The door is locked. Even if I could, Hanson and Haru are right there. It's not going to be that easy. We just use our bed? Let's give this one more go. You clamber up to your bed and once again run your fingertips around the edge of the panel, trying to find any kind of give or sign of a catch that you could use to remove the panel. Unlike the cover of the emergency mechanism in the airlock, this panel is clearly designed not to be removed using bare hands. Without a tool, there's no way I'm getting this panel off. Great. Sighing, you run your hands through your hair. We have a key card! We could use that! Wondering if there's anything left for you to try. You're just about to make another attempt at leveling the panel next to your bunk when someone knocks on your door. Step back from the door, Bernie. So what I would do in this case, I would hide right here, and as the idiot came in, you football tackle them right here. They're gonna get caught on the uneven thing, right? Their gun is probably gonna be in their left hand or their right hand. The gun's gonna go flying, and you're gonna be able to beat the fucking shit out of them. Just shut up and do it. With a sigh, you move back to the far side of your quarters. You moved? Yeah. Now just stay right there, Bernie. You roll your eyes to think, what did you think you were going to do? You're lucky the captain's so generous, you get room service. As Haru steps back, Dylan comes around the corner carrying a tray of food from the vendor to the mess hall. Hey, Lieutenant, how's it? Whoa, let's chat there, D's. Tray on the ground and walk away. Yeah, chill out, Rumney. Whatever. Muttering under his breath, Dylan lays the tray on the ground halfway between you and the door and walks out of the room with Haru keeping their gun trained on you the entire time. Looking down at the tray, you see that it's a fairly standard meal. Burger, fries, a soda from the vending machine. You had to assume that Dylan had chosen this for you, as you couldn't imagine either of the pilots being so generous. Now stay where you are. With their free hand, Haru reaches for the control panel on the opposite side of the door. With a second, the door slides and you hear the click of its lock. You sigh to yourself. You weren't happy about the situation you were in, but at least they were feeding you. I bet you there's gonna be something in the food. You take the meal tray over to the terminal and sit down at the chair, balancing your food on the keyboard in order to use it as a makeshift table. At least Vanessa was feeding you. You'd been starting to worry that you'd be left locked in the quarters the entire journey back to Europa with no one bothering to check in on you. After picking a few fries, you raise your burger to your mouth and bite down. Ah, what the hell? Yep, there it is. You place the burger back onto the tray and run your tongue through your teeth. You've bitten down on something hard. Pulling back the top of the bun, you investigate that you found an entirely unexpected ingredient. Ha! Dylan, yes! Reading between the imitation lettuce and beef is a small pocket screwdriver, just short enough to be hidden within the burger. I knew it! Dylan came through for us! Grabbing it with a napkin and inspecting it, not only is it small enough to wedge between the gaps of the panels to make up the ship ceilings, walls, floors, but it's also the right side to unscrew any fixtures that you may come across. Oh, this is perfect. You whisper to yourself. You stand up to put it to use, but your stomach immediately roars in protest. Okay, first things first, I guess. You place the screwdriver in your pocket and pick the burger back up, quickly devouring it both and the fries. That means Dylan, Chief, and all the other people on the ship are in our fucking corners. They want us to succeed, so we gotta get to security to get a gun, so we can blow everybody's brains out that are bad to us. Alright, now's the time. Okay. Let's see how good Cassie's knowledge of illicit ship-based activities is. Hey, Raz! Who am I kidding? Knowing her, if there's a way to break a rule without getting caught, she knows it. You inspect the panel on the floor. You feel fluttering hope in your chest as you find the gap is wide enough to fit the screwdriver into. You take the screwdriver from your pocket and slide it into the gap in the seams between the floor panels. You begin to slide it along the seam, and it's only a few seconds before you feel the catch of something. It doesn't take long for you to use the screwdriver to release the catch you've encountered. A process that you're easily able to repeat on each one you run into. The panel noticeably lifted away from the floor as you do so. After a few minutes of work, you undo the last catch. Despite its unwieldy size, you are able to shift the panel out of its original position without creating much noise and revealing a 3-foot drop into a small tunnel that disappears into darkness in both directions. Wiping the sweat from your brow, you dust off your hands as you look over the passageway you've revealed. I could take off the panel from the wall, but the access to the crawlways have already got us not much point. Thankfully, I don't need to waste any time. I can't afford to waste any more time. Okay. Let's leave. You gaze into the darkness that lies ahead of you. After a moment of thought, your mind is made up. It's time to go. You grab the floor panel and you slide it into the position where you'll easily be able to replace it once you've entered the crawlway. Once it's in place, you lower yourself onto the space beneath the floor, kneeling down and slowly dragging the panel over the opening above you. It takes you a few attempts to get it into the correct position, but eventually you have it, and all the mounts slide neatly back into the catches that you secure it in place. Now in absolute darkness, you drop to your knees, reach out with your one hand, groping at the darkness. You've got no idea what lies ahead, but you begin to crawl forward. The absolute darkness of the crawlway leaves you disoriented as you fumble your way forwards. Fuck, we're not going to be able to get to the gun room unless we manage to find a vent to it. Every now and again you hit a corner or a drop or a rise that adjusts your trajectory. Hearing nothing but the gentle hum of the ship systems or your own awkward shuffling, you're unable to make out anything except a dry, musty scent that has replaced the sterile smell that permeates the gun dog. You quickly lose your sense of distance and location. With nowhere to go but onwards, you continue slowly. You have no idea how long it's taken you, but you realize that you're able to distinguish vague features of your surroundings. Sharp edges are now ever so slightly visible. Your eyes are evolving. And the seams and bolts that make up the inside of the crawlways have faded into view. Renewed with the potential that light coming from somewhere must mean there's an opening leading to some accessible part of the ship up ahead. You speed up, taking advantage of your resorted vision to make your way forward without incident. You turn a corner and you're met with a shaft of light that is broken up by a slow, lazy rotation of an overhead fan. Finally! You continue towards the light, and you see a singular path is now divided by new routes branching off into different locations, albeit no indication of where they might head. Let's save really quick. A dull rumble, a familiar aroma. Familiar aroma is probably going to be food, which isn't going to really be beneficial to us. Sound of machinery is engineering. Complete silence, I assume, is probably going to be Dylan. A dull rumble would probably be... oh, I don't know. As you twist to change your position in order to examine one of the new crawlways you found, you lay your hand on the wall and notice a slight but constant vibration. Running your hand along the paneling, you feel the occasional pulse, a more powerful, regular vibration. There's only one thing on this ship that creates a vibration like that. That's probably where the crawl leads. Confident that You knew where the path would lead. You resume your journey through the ship's crawlway, steadily leading away from the light and towards the darkness. With a mere 2 turns, you're once again enveloped by blackness of the ship's inner workings. You carefully shuffle forward, making sure not to let any sudden obstacles or shifts in direction catch you off guard. At first, the constant vibrations were only noticeable when you made a special effort to feel them in the walls or floor of the crawlway. But as you continue, you start to sense them passing through you. Eventually, they turn from a physical sensation to constant noise that fills the dark tunnels. You may find yourself moving in time with the rhythm of the pulses through you, inching forward with each beat you feel. Sorry, didn't mean to right-click. For every length of the crawlway, you clear the sensations grow stronger and stronger, leaving you to wonder how the engines haven't shaken the ship apart. It's not long before you eventually turn another corner and are met with a shower of illumination. Shafts of light fall around you from the grating above, all the more visible to the cloud of dust you've kicked up in your travels. Moving forward, looking up through the grating, you recognize enough machinery to know that you're near the entrance to the engineering department. You tentatively test the grating above you, pushing against it with your forearm. God damn it. And find that it lifts away freely with no need to fasten any screws, bolts, or fastening. A welcome relief from the catches and clasps that you've had to deal with so far. Twisting onto your back so that you can better manipulate the grating without creating any noise. You've only begun to push forward when it slams back down into place with a loud clang. You quickly release the grating with no time to swivel onto your back and crawl away, starting to shuffle back towards the dark crawlways. Before you can get out of there, you see the soles of a pair of boots step over you, clanking against the steel grille of the flooring above. Fancy meeting you here, Lieutenant the Cat. With a terrifyingly effortless ease, the chief squats down and pulls up the grating. Thank you, Matt. With one hand. With the other, she grabs you by the collar and yanks you out of the crawlway, roughly depositing you onto the floor before replacing the grating. You got permission from the captain to be out and about? Chief, Hold that thought, Lieutenant. Come here. Taking hold of your upper arm, with a grip more powerful than you could have suspected, the chief begins to drag you away. You struggle to try to free yourself from a combination of her raw strength and being constantly off balance makes escape impossible. Chief, hey, give me a second to explain. Chief, come on. Stopping to swipe her key card through the terminal to the door. Oh, she's a snitch too, huh? She continues to drag you behind her as she marches onto the newly unlocked area. Only once she puts some distance between her and the entrance, she stops, throwing you in front of her as she does. Alright, Lieutenant. We can talk now. Chief, damn it! I was trying to explain. Why do you think I brought you here, Lieutenant? The entrance to this department's wide open. I don't want anyone catching sight of you somewhere you shouldn't be. Especially not if it gets me mixed up in the whole cluster. Impressed you even managed to make your way through the crawlways. Oh, ads. Okay, good, she's not a snitch, though, thank God. I was worried. Oh, God. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man. The chief is gonna help us, because the chief don't like what's going on either. You know what that means, everybody. Oh, man. Thank you to those that subscribe, by the way. I appreciate it. I apologize for the people on YouTube that have to, like, wait, but you can just, like, fast forward 10 seconds each time, and eventually you'll get to where you need to be. When the ads aren't playing, because there's not much I can do right now. Oh, man. I'm liking this, though. I think we're close to the end, I hope. Bum, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. I'm sorry, Instacart. I'm not going to buy Lunchables. About 30 seconds left before the ads are back. Okay. And we're back. Okay. I'm impressed you managed to make your way through the crawlways. To be honest, don't know how you got in there, though. Access from the quarters would. As the chief's attention is pulled away from you to the hypotheticals of your escape, you assume that she's not raised the alarm. She isn't going to be dragging you back through to your quarters or handing you over to the ensigns. Oh, someone hid this in my meal. I used it to... So that's what Deez wanted it for. He told me he needed it to replace the batteries on his cassette player. I told him to bring it to me, and I could install some extra long military issue ones. Never seen that guy so insistent about anything in his entire life that I've known him, but... entire time that I've known him. So I handed it over in the end. Thought it was strange. No way he'd pass up a chance to extend his player's lifespan. Should have known that he was planning something. Probably has no idea he's screwed if he gets found out. Chief, listen. Take it easy, Lieutenant. I'm not gonna throw you in front of the new captain or her goons. Honestly, I admire the guts that you've got making it this far. Have you got a brain to go with them, though? What's the plan? Gonna try to raid the armory, take the ship back by force? Or try to sabotage it, buy yourself some time? Because if you listen to me, Lieutenant, I swear to God, if you screw anything up in here, I don't care if it's to deal with Lord, Chief! I'm not going to mess with anything, I promise. Good to know. I've got a job here, and it's to keep this ship running, no matter who's at the helm. And if you get between me and the smooth operation of this vessel, Lord's punishment won't be half as creative as mine. Well, so Lieutenant, what's your plan? Bartomeu and Quinn are locked up. Lord's taken over the ship, and the crew's not got enough skin in the game to push back. Let's hear it. You take a second to assess the chief's demeanor. You could see that she was stressed out from the situation, but from what you made of her, she wasn't the sort of person who'd hand you over to Vanessa as soon as you were done explaining your plan. Alright, well, the way I figure, everyone's only going along with Lord because they've got more to lose than to gain if they stick up for the captain. Her accusations, they kind of stack up if you don't look too closely. Both Captain Bartomeu and Commander Quinn were out of action when the Gundog went offline. Quinn is the immediate suspect in the Doctor's murder. But I know there's no way that Quinn could have done it. There's no way she could have done any of it. And if the captain wasn't around, I don't think it was on purpose. Not with how I saw her. If we can disprove those accusations with evidence, we can show the rest of the crew. It'll be them getting charged as traitors due to this mutiny. Once we do that, they'll side with us over Vanessa easily. Even the ensigns have more sense than to stick with her. Well, you might have a point there, as it is. Lord taking command could be seen by the JCF as a reasonable course of action, given her actions or what her actions are based on. But how do you plan on proving her wrong, Lieutenant? You're going to need some good evidence to undermine her arguments. Well, you thought the broad strokes of the plan through, but hadn't really had the time to consider the specifics. You'd been too focused, which is spelled wrong, I think, on navigating your way around the ship and finding out where you could access. I was hoping that I'd be able to get some help with that one, Chief, from you. Nice try, Lieutenant, but that's not happening. Sorry to burst your bubble there, but there's no chance I'm gonna get wrapped up in Lord's games. If you want help, you're gonna need someone else. Right now, I've got to make sure that these engines keep ticking over. If I'm lucky, I can find the chance to get the long-range communications system set up and running before we're back on Europa Colony. Chief, wait! Without giving you a chance to even try and convince her otherwise, the Chief already turned her back on you and is striding out of the door she dragged you through earlier. Chief! You chase after her, following her through the doorway and grabbing her unyielding muscle of her upper arm. Chief, wait, just hear me out. In an instant, the Chief grabs your wrist, pulling your hand off of her and angling your forearm away from you in a way that almost sends you to your feet. I told you, Lieutenant, I've got one job, making sure the ship keeps sailing. I've got nothing against you and nothing against what you're trying to do, but keep me out of it. These engines are still touch and go right now, and if we want to make it back to Europa, they're going to need my full attention. I don't have the time to get dragged into this stupid little personal grudges or power plays. The Chief releases your wrist, which you draw back quickly. The pain from the awkward angle that had been held at shooting up through your forearm. I like Lord as much as you do. I'd love to see her get taken down a peg or two. Hell, I'd love to take her down myself. With that, the Chief turns on her heels and strides away towards the engine room. You chase after her, calling out to her to give you another chance to explain, but your pleas are unaffected, or have no effect. You're being completely ignored. Eventually, she arrives at the entrance of one of the engine rooms before you can stop her, and steps through it and closes behind her, leaving you stuck on the opposite side. Damn it, Chief. I need your help. There's gotta be something I can do to get her to listen to me. If I could talk to her one more time, I'm sure she'd come around. Although almost redundant given how noisy it was, you run your hand over it and effectively punch a few buttons to get to the access panel. Without your key card, there's no getting in. Hansen had taken yours when he'd locked you in your quarters, leaving you extremely limited as to which areas of the ship you could access. Ah, damn it. You look around to see if there's an alternative way in, but from what you know of the ship and what you can see, there isn't. Until the Chief comes back out, there's no way of talking to her. But with the time being a crucial factor, and the risk of being discovered, you can't simply wait outside. Dejected, you step back. You'll have to get help from someone else. Who the fuck can we ask? Like, Dalton, maybe, but Dalton's so goddamn scared, I don't see that being a likely opportunity. A familiar aroma would be the kitchen. Complete silence, engineering, the sound of machinery, complete silence. I'm gonna guess complete silence is probably somebody's room. Which, if we can get in Vanessa's room, I bet you there's tons of evidence in there. Despite your best efforts, all you can make out is pure darkness. There's no movement of air, sound, smell that could indicate where it leads. As ominous as it seems, you know that you can't ignore it. You have to take every opportunity if you're going to free Cassie. You slowly crawl through the clambered passage away from the light being cast downward from the shaft containing the large fan. Fuck, I just realized we still have our keycard. We might be able to use that. It doesn't take long as you find yourself in complete darkness, unless the keycard was deauthorized. You make your way onwards, arms stretched out. Yeah, feels like a dead end. You run your hand to the right and left of the panel's terminus, but from what you can tell, there's no alternate route to take. Maybe you missed a turn earlier. As you start to awkward process of orienting yourself to head back, you reach up feeling the top of a crawlway to ensure that you don't bang your head. Instead of smooth paneling you'd expected to place your hand, you encounter what feels like a lever. Alright then, let's see what this does. Crossing your fingers, you're not about to open a latch into space. You grip the lever and push it. With surprising ease, the lever moves, and with it you feel the move of a Mexican... Ugh. You feel a mechanism slide from one position to another. The panel above... Hey, Nemo! The panel above shifts slightly, revealing a thin crack of light. Okay, now where were we? Ah! Pushing open the hatch above you and standing up, you look around to see that you've emerged from the airlock. You clamber out of the tunnel, lowering the hatch behind you, but not closing it entirely. The airlock, huh? You muse. Not exactly the most useful place to be, but it's better than being locked up. I'm not planning on going outside of the ship anytime soon. These won't offer much protection against firearms. It's not even worth trying the radios. Who knows who will pick up? It might be Vanessa if I'm really unlucky. Okay, so central hub. How you doing, Nemo? You tread lightly, doing your best to keep your steps as silent as possible as you approach the central hub. You stop as soon as you reach the threshold between the airlock and the hub, holding your breath, listening out for any signs of Hansen and Haru nearby. Surely enough, you can hear the two bantering loudly from the direction of the four-side thoroughfare as they stand watch over the two crew corridors. Okay, but seriously, Lord has got it down bad for you. Yeah, I'm not stupid, trust me though. Someone like her, no thanks. No way, Cruz. Easy promotion right there. One and done. If you did, I bet you get her to say anything you wanted when we get this ship back to Europa. No thanks. She's not even my type. Oh yeah, who is then? As if. The captain? Shut up, Rumney. Good, man. I'm meeting my brother for the first time in 30 years tomorrow. Ooh, that's awesome news. At least I hope it is. Shut up, Rumney. Commander Quinn? Shut up, Rumney. The banter stops there and a silence follows. You can tell by their voices that they've both stood in the four-side thoroughfare, which gives them a clear line of sight straight through the central hub and towards the aft thoroughfare. If you left where you stood now and head further into the ship, you'd have a good chance you'd be spotted. Slowly, you begin to make your way towards the airlock. Looking back over your shoulders, the panel covering the ladder leading to the bridge has come loose again, dropping from its mounts. Hey, what was that? Man, I don't know. Sounded like something in the hub. Stay here. I'll check it out. You swear under your breath as you try to move silently as possible back towards the airlock as quickly as you can. Once you're there, you pull open the hatch leading into the crawlway and drop down inside, quickly pulling it shut on top of you. Hype as mate. Nice, I'm glad. That's great news. At least you attempt to. Ah, fuck. As you try to pull the hatch closed all the way, you find it catching on something before it shuts. Each time you try to force it, the mechanism makes a scraping noise. You realize how loud it is to be heard from the hub. Hey, someone there? It's instantly apparent that the crawl space runs under the root of the central hub to the airlock as you hear Hansen's footfalls echoing on the crawlway, growing continuously closer. With one final heave, you yank the hatch with all your might and strength and manage to pull it shut, swinging the lever onto its original position. You sit in the darkness holding your breath. Piece of junk ship falling apart. You wait until Hansen's steps have completely faded away, exhaling in relief. You remain in darkness for a few minutes, waiting until all sounds of activity from the central hub disappear. You tentatively re-emerge from the airlock. I should probably stay away from the central hub for the time being. Great, do we really have to... Let's just go back in the crawlway. What a fucking... Engineering, airlock, a familiar aroma. Let's do familiar aroma. It's gonna be the food room, the mess hall. You approach the hallway, the crawlway, and it stretches out ahead of you, and your nose twitches. The entire time you're crawling away from your quarters, you smell... All you smell is that stale musk. Not pleasant, not unpleasant, but a clear indicator that these crawlways were not used regularly. And certainly weren't as well ventilated in the rest of the ship. Now, though, you could pick up the slight hint of something new, but something also familiar. You pause and sniff the air, trying to identify the light hints of fragrance that drift your way. Taking a few deep breaths, you pick up the notes of something sweet, but also a slight burning tang topped off with a chemical tinge. I think I know where this leads. Heading away from the illuminated section of the crawlways that you'd momentarily stopped at, you soon find yourself in the complete darkness once again. You mutter in frustration as you awkwardly twist around the other corner. The snaking tunnel and the lack of any way to meaningfully track how far you'd gone, traveled, compounding your lack of awareness and where you might be on the ship. Regardless, you continue slowly. They reuse a couple of words very frequently, I notice. They're like me when I write. You shuffle your way forwards. Regardless, you continue to shuffle your way forward, hoping that wherever you might end up would be somewhere that could, in some way, be helpful to your efforts to prove Cassandra's innocence and deal with Vanessa, Hansen, and Haru. Thank you, Matt. As you round another corner, you notice that smell from earlier. It's much stronger now, the scent beginning to sting your nose and the back of your throat with every breath you take. Gotta be nearby now, let's see. I gotta grab some water really quick, guys, hold on. I'm gonna take a quick break, so give me a few minutes. Alright, guys, we're back. We're all back now. Reaching upwards, you run your hand along the ceiling of the crawlway. And sure enough, it passes over what you recognize by touch to be a catch that secures a panel in place. Although it takes some amount of fumbling to unclip it in the dark, you eventually succeed, going on to repeat the process with the others that you find. Once the final catch is released, you position yourself near one of the panel edges and raise it slightly, looking around to confirm your location. Oh, it's the captain's room. Okay. Thank you, Body. Give me a moment here. I'm eating some pizza. From your position, you're not able to see Captain Bartomuse. Mindful of doing your best not to alarm her and ensure to not make any noise that might alert whoever is standing guard outside, you slowly slide the panel far enough to allow you to climb out of the tunnel and into the room. Ugh. You quickly draw your hand back in disgust and flick it away from you. You realize that you've placed it into a puddle of liquid after the shock of the sensation subsides. It's probably vomit. It's probably her puke. She's getting drunk again. Looking down at your hand, you take a tentative sniff. And as you guessed, it's the same smell you noticed from the crawlway. The burning sensation that fills your nostrils reminds you more of acetone than a beverage. Oh, it's alcohol, thank God. Thank you, Matt. So how's everybody doing before we continue? You guys having a good day? You're otherwise okay? That's good. Excuse me. I'm still eating a little bit. It takes me longer for whatever reason. I'm very much excited to see where this story is going to go and what we're going to end up getting out of it. It's going to be very fun, I hope. But it's an unmistakable aroma of the captain's whiskey of choice. You shift your position from where you just climbed out of to move away from the slick whiskey rising up into the room once you're far enough away that you won't accidentally douse yourself in the spillage. As soon as you stood up, you look around, you don't see the captain anywhere. Captain? You whisper as loudly as you dare, doing your best to not be heard beyond the confines of the room. Captain! You hiss slightly louder this time. With no response forthcoming, you sigh and move away from the open panel, furthering into the captain's quarters. Captain, where are you? Now finding yourself in a pleasantly unfamiliar situation, you head over to the annex to the right-hand side of the room. and lean in the doorway to look at the bed. Captain? Pinching the bridge of your... You sigh, pinching the bridge of your nose with your thumb and forefinger. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Not expecting much from... You... Not expecting much, you head over to the captain and crouch down by the bed, laying your hand on her shoulder and giving it a few gentle shoves. Although you begin to push her harder, you still don't receive a response. Captain, come on. At this point, you're all but shaking her, but she still doesn't stir. That's how it is, huh? With a deeply exacerbated sigh, you stand up and look down on the captain. Although the air scrubbing system is now working, you can still make out the powerful musk of whiskey. Time to try something else. Once again, the captain's completely blacked out, drunk in her bed. There's no use trying. Even if I could wake her up, she'd be useless. The ship's captain gets a proper ensuite bathroom, whilst the rest of us have to deal with sanitation pods. Given the condition the captain is in, I don't think it's worth risking taking a look in there. Another empty bottle of Europa Special Blend. The stuff is so rough. The captain should be able to afford much better stuff on her salary. I've seen Earth-imported whiskeys at department stores that even I could afford. If I wanted to eat nothing but synth noodles while on my shore leave, anyway. It looks like the captain spilt a lot of whiskey on her desk, some running off of the edge and pooling on the floor. That must be where I put my hand earlier. Even if I wanted to drink any of this, which I definitely don't, the captain hasn't left any. It looks like half ended up on the floor. With how the captain is right now, I don't want to risk it. It's an inspiring painting, but I don't have time to stand around contemplating it right now. If this desk is anything like the last time, the drawers are probably locked. I bet they took the captain's key ring, since it contains a lot of master switches for the ship's functions. Let's see. Like I thought, all locked. She's not getting up anytime soon. What do I do here? There's like nothing for me to do. Honestly, in this room. I was hoping getting into her room would indicate something. I've done all I can do. Let's suss out this room really quick. Sorry, I'm eating. I'm surprised that there was a vent to the captain's room of all places. That's kind of weird, huh? Unlike constant background noise of engineering department, this was the sound of somebody hard at work. As you continue to move through the twisting shafts, use a strong sense of lightness as you move. Dismissing is numbness. Oh, we're in, I know where we are. Dalton's gonna be in here. There it is. As you expected, the noises had guided you to the hangar, which you take your time to listen to carefully survey, looking out for Hansen, Haru, or any other member of the crew that you didn't want to run into. Aside from Dalton, who was hard at work on Hansen's Juno, and completely unaware of your presence, you didn't see anyone. Alright, let's go. Even in normal circumstances, I wouldn't be totally certain of what was in there would be useful. Half of them encased with Dalton's phone, and the others lost to space. There was no way of knowing what we've got in there. You perform another quick scan of the hangar to ensure that it's still just you and the cadet who are around, before kicking off a nearby wall towards Dalton. You can tell he is completely absorbed in his work and isn't until you lay a hand on his shoulder. He has any idea there's someone in the hangar with him. Ah, Chief! I was finishing off the final recoupling of the bell nozzles into the directional. The startled Dalton swivels to face you. You look at the look of terror on his face replaced with one of pure confusion. Oh, it's you, Lieutenant. Wait! What are you doing out of your quarters? You're supposed to be locked up until we get back to Europa. They said you're a traitor. Is this a breakout? Have you come to take me out? It's part of your conspiracy. Oh no, help! In this panic, Dalton shoves you away from him, then turns and scrambles, using whatever purchase he can find on the armor's frame surface. Once out of reach, he kicks off of the machine. Fortunately, he doesn't make solid contact, his feet instead catching at an awkward angle, which sends him drifting away slowly, despite his writhing and thrashing. Dalton, shut up and get back here! You launch yourself after him and manage to grab his ankle, anchoring yourself to the front of the Juno with your free hand before he's too far away. Despite his loud protestations, that's a weird word, the best attempts to free himself, you drag the cadet back towards the Juno. Help, help, I'm gonna be kicked. He continued to thrash around. It takes most of your strength to pin Dalton to the armored frame, a challenge that is made all the more difficult with the lack of gravity. Using your legs, you brace yourself on a nearby safety rail and you pin him with one arm, covering his mouth with the other, making sure that he wasn't going anywhere or alerting anyone. Dalton, please calm down. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to... Cadet, get a hold of yourself. I'm not here to hurt you. That's right. Just take it easy. I'm gonna let go of you, okay? I just want to talk. Apprehensively, you slowly release your grip on Dalton and remove your hand from his mouth. He slumps into microgravity, remaining in place. But Lieutenant, you shouldn't be out here. They said you were a co-conspirator of Commander Quinn and the captain, and you had to be... Who said that, Dalton? Who said that, Dalton? I mean, Captain Lord and the ensign said. And do you really believe them? Well, that's, I mean, what she said. You sigh with exasperation, holding up both of your hands to stop Dalton before he spirals into an anxious ramble. If I was a traitor to this ship, do you think I'd have done everything I've done to make sure that everyone stayed safe? Like getting the power back online and securing that machine? Look, I'm sorry I scared you, Cadet, but this is really important. Lieutenant Lord is lying about everything. Captain Bartomuse and Commander Quinn have nothing to do with what's been happening? And there's no way that Quinn could have killed the doctor? Oh, sorry, that's you're supposed to be reading this as me. Captain Bartomuse and Commander Quinn have nothing to do with what's happened here. There's no way that Quinn could have killed the doctor. That's why I'm here. I need your help to... Hey. You hear Ensign Rumney's echo out of the... Oh, fuck. out of the hangar. Fortunately, the two of you were behind the Juno and can't be seen at the entrance. Taking advantage of this, you shunt Dalton towards them, using him as a distraction as you slip into the Juno's open cockpit out of sight. Oh boy. For a moment, you consider closing the hatch, but you realize that there's no way Haru would miss what's happening with Dalton floating towards them, and they'd instantly get suspicious. Instead, you get as far back into the cockpit as you can and freeze. Oh, geez, kid, be careful. What are you doing floating around like that? What's with the screaming? Something happened here? Oh, I was just what? What's going on here, huh? Holding your breath and staying as still as possible, your grip tightens onto the back of the seat. All you can do is hope that Dalton doesn't give you away. It was because Kid, spit it out. Is there something wrong with the AF? Oh, no. There's nothing wrong. Nothing. It's all fine. Seriously, what have you done? Do I need to check it out? Uh-oh. I really hope we don't get caught here. Unless we can do something really cool. Unless we can John Wick his gun away from him. You hold your breath and grit your teeth. The sound of what you had to presume was Haru knocking on the frame's armor rings through the cockpit. There was nothing. I just got the impact driver caught on my jumpsuit. And it started going because I accidentally hit the trigger and everything started to bunch up. I couldn't stop it because... Alright, kid. Okay, take it easy. Yes, Ensign. You all good? Yeah, thank you. I got it off by... Okay, cool, got it. Just, like, stay calm next time, alright? Yeah, Ensign, I'm sorry. Well, if that's it. Yes, Ensign, it's nothing to worry about. Take it easy, kid. You remain in tense silence. Doing your best not to move or try as hard. Trying as hard as you can not to even breathe. As far as you could tell, Haru left. But there's no way of knowing for sure. Okay. Remaining motionless, you stay hidden in the cockpit until... Lieutenant? It's safe to come out now. We feel a little guilty for your paranoia, but waiting to make sure you're ready for anything you assume Ensign Rumney is waiting in the ambush to spring out of the cockpit. Fortunately, all you're met with is a still hangar and a fatful cadet. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to get you into trouble. I just... looking around to make certain you were alone. What Dalton means, again, once again, it's a few seconds before you respond. Hey, don't worry about it, cadet. Thank you for your covering for me there. Yeah, no problem. But, what do you want me for? Why are you here? I didn't want to believe what they said about you and the captain and the commander, but after they locked you up, I heard Ensign Cruz say that... Dalton, hey, calm down, it's okay. Sorry. You take a deep breath and close your eyes, sighing before you begin. Something about asking a cadet for his help seemed wrong, although he was working a JCF ship. And basically still just a kid, but you knew he had the technical skills you needed. I'm here for your help, Dalton. If I can get control of the ship back from Lieutenant Lord, then both the captain and Commander Quinn are going to get... If I can't get control of the ship back from Lieutenant Lord, then The captain and Commander Quinn are going to get executed as traitors. I can't do it alone. I need the help of someone who knows all the systems of the ship, and that's you. You want my help? That's right. You know your way around the ship almost as well as the chief. You could really help me out here, cadet. You talk to Dalton as he begins to fidget with his gloves, glancing around nervously as he does. I've just got to do something over there really quick. Once again, you reach out to grab him, but this time Dalton manages to evade you. His feet plant firmly on the Juno as he propels himself towards the opposite side of the hangar, disappearing behind some rather large storage crates. Did everyone update Windows today for security or other update? Why? What's wrong with it, Abyssal? Damn it, Dalton. It looks like Dalton made a lot of progress on the repairs of Hansen's AF. If it wasn't for a few open panels, the tools he left behind, I wouldn't be able to tell anything was wrong. At least it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Dalton's disappeared in there somewhere. I should go and find him. You launch yourself in the armored frame from the armored frame towards the thing. Fixes and backdoor hackers can... no, just saying it's worth updating Windows for these updates. Fixes backdoors... okay. You quickly glance over the mess of containers and you aren't able to spot the young engineer. Quickly but quietly, you begin moving from crate to crate, looking out for any sign of the cadet amongst the disorganization. As you pass by the inconspicuous cluster of containers, you hear the rustle of a jumpsuit and a sharp intake of breath. You pause and turn your attention to some crates opposite to where you'd heard the noise come from, giving a few seconds of fake investigation before launching yourself towards the nook that Dalton had hidden himself in. Wah! Dalton, please calm down. Just want to talk, okay? Dalton! Okay. I promise, cadet, I wouldn't be here if I didn't really need your help. But right now, with Lieutenant Lord in charge of the ship, we're all in a huge amount of danger. If it's not just the commander and the captain, it's all of us. We don't know what's going on with this. You gesture at the strange craft. Thing. We don't know if it's actually deactivated. We could still be in danger. How are we gonna deal with it if half of our crew is locked up and the other half is on guard duty? All I need is a little bit of your help, and I can prove Commander Quinn is innocent. Then that's a major blow to Lord's justification for this mutiny. After that, we can prove the captain's innocent, too. From there, no one on board will side with Lord. They'll know it'll be up for execution. You know they'll be up for execution as traitors. But I can't do this alone. That's why I need you. I know the chief taught you a lot already. With your help, I can get this done. We need before we get anywhere near Europa. Well, thank you, but Dalton. You lay your hand on his shoulder. Please. Well, Why do you want me, Lieutenant? I mean, are you sure? I'm just a cadet. I don't really know that much about anything. Are you sure it's my help that you want? Like, I just mean that maybe you should think about it is all. If that's okay. Dalton. Oh, Lieutenant, it's you again. Do you, still need my help? I mean, not that I won't help you if, need it, but it's just that, maybe there's someone else who could help you that isn't me. I might not be who you want. I would, though, if you needed it. Maybe there are other options. I'm going to take a look at some other options. Hang on, okay? Right. Okay, Lieutenant. So we're gonna pick Dalton, because he really kind of is the only choice we have. Like, these are the four... That's the four things we've attempted to do. And there's really nothing else that we can do. Maybe I shouldn't be putting this kind of pressure on the kid. There are other people I could go to, even if it's a bit trickier to convince them. We'll come back. I guess we're gonna have to try to convince Chief. Damn it. You approach the door that leads to the computer's control room and stop. You instinctively reach for your pocket to take out your key card before you remember that Hansen had taken it from you just before he locked you in your quarters. Without that card, there was no way of getting through the door. It was sealed shut, and the only way of opening it was the terminal on its side. With a sigh of frustration, you run your hand over the door's disappointingly static surface. Nothing I can do right now, I guess. Mm-hmm. Does the changing art style have affect the whole game, or just the characters? It will change the graphics. I can do it really quick. Hold on. It changes the color. But other than that, not much. You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hand on Cassie's head. Oh, whoop. No, hold on. Oh, it was a flashback. Okay. Sorry, I thought I clicked on the wrong save or something. With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through and you go into the terminal next to the door and step through it into the engine room. Despite the vast size of the area, it doesn't take you long to spot the chief, who stood over a large computer container. Let's try again. You had been surprised by how quickly the chief had dismissed you when you'd asked for help, although you'd assumed she might take a little bit of convincing. You weren't ready for her to completely reject your request. As you approach her, you take a few deep breaths, slowing your breathing, as you feel your apprehension grow. You knew how forceful her rejection had been, and this wouldn't be easy. But at the same time, you knew that you needed at least try and convince her. Without the chief's assistance, carrying out your plan would be much more difficult. Nearing the control panel that she stood at, you let out one final long exhalation, drawing yourself up to full height. Your attempt at appearing more confident and in order at convincing yourself than the chief. Spatial distribution of the neuron flux shows reaction rates within parameters. Now, that should mean the energy releases. Chief, please, I really need you to hear me out. Should mean energy releases. For a moment, you consider reaching out to turn her towards you, but you know better than to try and insert yourself physically with the chief. Instead, you bring yourself closer than you're comfortable with and raise your voice. Chief, I know what you said, but please, I need your help. Lieutenant, I told you that I need to keep an eye on these engines. How'd you even get in here? Cruz, not take your key card? Gotta give you points for tenacity, but I don't think there are any ducks or crawlways leading in here, since... Chief, that doesn't matter right now. I know you don't want to get mixed up in this, but I need your help. I know what I need to do, but I can't do it alone. I need you, Chief. The chief lets out a loud sigh that clearly communicates her exasperation of your persistence. You clench your teeth and take a deep breath before continuing. if you push your luck too far, you know, at the very least, you'll probably get physically thrown out of the room, and the lock will be manually overridden. But at the same time, you're aware of how this isn't something that you can simply give up or give up on out of fear of upsetting someone. You're damn right I don't want to get involved, Lieutenant. I've got a ship to get back to Europa. It doesn't matter who's on the bridge when it gets there, just that it gets there. Now, whatever's happened to these engines during the blackout isn't making the job easy. For the last time, Bernie, get out of my way and do what you're gonna do, but leave me out of it. Or do I need to get you out of here myself? With a single step, the Chief is right in front of you, looming over you, her bulk filling the field of vision. You instinctively go to take a step back, but stop just before you do, mustering all your confidence and standing your ground against the Chief's imposing physicality, squaring up your shoulders and widening your stance. You do your best to assert yourself. Chief, I want to get the gun dog back to Europa as much as you do, but you know it's not about the ship, it's about the people on board. What good is getting all of us back to Europa if half the crew is going to be put on trial for something that they didn't do? What's the point in making sure the engines are working if the ship could be ripped apart by some enemy machine, all because our pilots are playing security guard, and there's no one to stop it? You don't look after the ship for its own sake. You look after this ship because of its crew, Chief. You know that. For a moment, you feel a flutter of relief within your chest, but you focus. You focus. Not wanting to get too far ahead of yourself. It looks like the Chief is coming around to you, but you've not convinced her yet. I know that you've got important work to do right here, but if we don't deal with Vanessa now, we can't guarantee there will even be a gun dog to get back to Europa. Besides, we all know your work is good. Is so good that the engines won't go offline if we leave them for a few hours. You've made sure of that. If I had better options, I wouldn't keep asking you, Chief, but I need you, please. You're telling me you're doing this for everyone on this ship, Lieutenant? Not just you and Quinn? That's right, Chief. Obviously, Commander Quinn's important to me, but I'm the ship security officer. It's my job to make sure everyone stays safe. I can't let them down like this. I can't. The Chief inhales through closed teeth and furrows her brow. Everything's stable right now, no signs of unusual output. I could. Why do this now, Lieutenant? If you think Quinn and the captain are proved innocent, why don't you just wait till we get back to Europa and bring it up at the tribunal? The Chief raises a good point. Your intent was to prove Cassie, the captain, and yourself innocent. But by rights of the tribunal would investigate this mutiny. It would be a perfect place for that. But you knew it wouldn't be so simple. I get what you're saying, Chief, but ads. Okay, well, I'm gonna eat while I do that then. I'm currently eating, so that is why I'm quiet. Oh, sorry, I was muted. I hope we can convince the chief. That's kind of important. Because she's strong. At the very least, if we get her, like, approval, then we're, like, set. You know what I mean?
Welcome, readers.
Oh, shit!
Choose your fate.
Rincewind!
Watch the show, or watch the show.
Thank you for the raid, dude. Welcome in, everybody, from Rincewind's stream. I am Bernie VTuber. I'm a little orange cat. I play point-and-click adventure games, visual novels. I'm a game developer myself. I do voice acting. I do all kinds of goofy little things and stuff like that. I hope you're all having a good day. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Damn, who's that hot anime girl? Also, howdy, I got Mexican ADD for face cream. I got a Mexican ad for face cream. Oh. It threw me off for a minute. I don't know, man. But thank you for the raid. Thank you. Yeah, you probably got caught at the end of the ad. That's why. But welcome in, man. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. How was did you get any further in God Hand? You did beat the pyramid? Yes! I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. I was intrigued to hear how far that was gonna go. I'm glad you got past it, man. Congratulations. I get what you're saying, Chief, but Vanessa would have thought of that already. She wouldn't have done this if she didn't think she'd get away with it. It'd be like that time on the bridge earlier. You know that her story won't line up with what happened. And I bet you that she'd have adjusted the reports to support her cause. Ace. I'm gonna have to replay it though, because I had to use the save state. Just for the last section, because I knew I was gonna choke it. I know an even better way to beat him now. Oh, that's even better. Alright, so it shouldn't be... I hope it's not gonna be as hard for you then, at least. That's why I need to find this evidence now, even if I can't convince the rest of the crew to get Bartomeu's back in the captain's seat. At least I'll have something I can use at the tribunal. The longer we wait, the more chance that evidence gets adjusted or deleted. Seeing the chief taking the time to consider the points, you know that you're onto something. Even if she doesn't, do you think that they'll listen to someone who's been set up as a traitor? If Vanessa's story even seems like it'll hold water, they'll probably just write me off. But we don't need to let it get that far. I'm sure we can show the rest of the crew that Vanessa's story will fall apart as soon as we get to Europa. They'll refuse to serve under her. Even Hansen and Haru won't stand up for her if they know it'll be their necks on the line. With everyone on side, we'll stand a chance if that thing reactivates. Otherwise, we might never make it back. You make some good points, Lieutenant. The elation you feel that the response from that response almost makes you giddy. A feeling you temper with pragmatism, sorry. You can't be sure you've convinced the chief yet, but are you sure you want to be doing this? What? Of course, I need to. You're locked up now. No one's gonna blame security for standing up for their captain, especially after everything you've done. You certain you want to be sticking your neck out like this? I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, Chief. Might feel like the way now, Bernie. But step away for a second and give it some thought. Sometimes when you're trying to fix something, the real solution isn't as obvious until you take some time to think it over. Might be other options, you know? I want you to make sure that you're serious about doing this, Lieutenant. It's either her or Dalton. I have no other choice. You're serious, you know that. Part of you wants to tell the chief that here and now. But at the same time, you know that you don't want to risk pushing her too far. You almost won her over. And if you look like you haven't thought this through, it might undo all of what you've done to convince her. You breathe out and let your shoulders drop, letting some of the tension that you build up leave your body. Yeah, okay, Chief. I'll make sure this is what I want to do. Thanks for hearing me out. No sweat, Lieutenant. Seems like your heart's in the right place. Just make sure your head is, too. Without hesitation, Chief turns back. Let's go back to engineering. Hang on. You reach into your jacket pocket and you feel the hard, thin edge of a keycard. You knew that Hansen had taken yours, so this must be... You almost yell out, yep. It's gonna play the cutscene with Cassie's keycard in your pocket again. Ah, thanks, Vanessa. With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door, and step through the small room beyond. Once inside, the door closes right behind you. You're left bathed in a noxious glow of the monitor's light. You tentatively lay your hands on the keyboard and think, right, now I'm here, I can... You step back with a sigh. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Dejected, you turn around and leave the room. What, are you fucking kidding me? Well, at least I know I can get in if I need to, I guess. Out of order, access to student contact. Find an ally, explore the crawlways. Is there any other crawlways to go into? Let's see. I don't really have any choices, really. It's Dalton or Chief, really. The thing is that I remember Chief having issues with Vanessa interfering with her ability to get the engines running. And that's to make the captain seem more incompetent. When she tries to mention it, Vanessa, like, clicks her tongue and shit and makes noises to stop her from talking, which is an indication that the Chief would probably be more willing to talk. Damn it. Kind of in a weird spot right now. I mean, we already have an ally in the guy in the shooting room, but we can't get to him. Fuck it. The engineer really is kind of the only option, huh? Yes, Chief, I am. I know what you said, but I can't risk it. I can't risk Vanessa getting away with this. I can't risk the crew. I'm gonna do it. Well, you got a little spunk, Lieutenant. I'll give you that. Everything's running fine here, so I guess it's you and me now. Where to, then, Bernie? You're buoyant with elation at the Chief's words. With her on your side, there's next to nothing that in the ship that can stop you. First of all, we need to show that the captain and the commander weren't intentionally absent when the blackout happened. We'll need to prove that Commander Quinn had nothing to do with killing the doctor. We'll also probably go to sickbay. Yeah, that's a good idea. If we went there, we'd be able to Yeah, that's right, Chief. But to get there, I'll need to head through the crawlways, of course. I can't have you strolling down the thoroughfare when you're supposed to be locked up, even if... Where she'd been hesitant before, the Chief had clearly already switched her focus to problem-solving from the ship's engines to your predicament. Unfortunately, it looked like it came with her predisposition of getting carried away and analyzing that problem from every perspective. Chief, the crawlways. Huh? Right, the crawlways. Alright, Lieutenant. Due to the ship's construction, the crawlway system doesn't extend to the engine blocks. That's because of how the Swift class, enthusiastically lecturing you. The Chief heads towards the entrance that leads back to the engineering room, going into a detailed breakdown of the nature of the disconnection between the ship's hull and the HFDD engines. Oh my god. You let out a sigh of acceptance and follow her. You didn't really want to become an expert on the idiosyncratic construction of the Swift class, but it was a small price to pay for saving the ship. It's because the fundamental framework is actually from the intercluster small load transports. During the war, it doesn't take long for you both to arrive in the spot where the engineering department was, where the Chief had first hoisted you out of the crawlway you'd arrived in. Mind you, there's still a murderer on board. Like, somebody got out of that ship and killed the doctor. What that means is that with a minimum effort, the Chief pulled up the grating and tosses it to you, almost knocking you back over a guardrail. Swift class could theoretically be the easiest class in the fleet to upgrade, as there's only if there's any further advancements, as you hurry to enter the crawlway to replace the grating above you as the Chief disappears into darkness, continuing to rattle off more about the ship's engines than you could ever hope to remember. With the grate secure, you quickly shuffle towards the ongoing spiel and deluge of facts your guide in the darkness as you head back into the bowels of the ship. Making your way through the crawlways as quickly as you can, you still find it difficult to keep up with the Chief, who moves through the cramped confines of the tunnels with surprising swiftness. There are multiple times where you have to get her attention so that she'll slow down and not leave you stranded in the pitch-dark network of tunnels. Despite your constant reminders, as soon as you reach her, the Chief will often race ahead, leaving you desperately shuffling to keep up. She's such a pain in the ass. You were finding it hard to move at a speed due to the limited room the crawlways offered, which made the Chief's presence all the more impressive, considering her height and build. Yeah, for real. Eventually you reach a familiar illuminated area. Sweat drip down your brow. You call out, "Chief, stop!" What's that, Lieutenant? Oh my god. We've got a few hundred meters of crawlway to get through if you want to reach the sickbay. No time for slacking. You hold your hand up as you do your best to catch your breath. Okay, yes, Chief, I just want to reach the sickbay. Your breathing slows as you feel more capable of talking as you lower your palm, allowing to pivot your hands and your knees to a sitting position. You lean back against the wall behind you, relishing the cool chill of the steel. But we need to go over the plan before we get there. If we just show up in the central hub, the ensigns will see us and it'll all be over. You're right, there aren't any crawlways leading directly to the block that the sickbay is built into, so we need to use the elevators. Which means that in terms of access, the Chief's eyes dart back and forth as she begins to go over the different variables in her mind. After a moment, she shifts from the crawling position she's been sitting in to cross-legged on the floor. Nice. You let out a deep sigh of relief as her attention is completely taken by logistics of assessing the sickbay without being seen. She continues to mutter to herself, You undo the top button of your uniform shirt and flap the fabric near your collar back and forth to cool yourself. He's just like, ah. Now that you weren't trying to keep pace with the Chief's unnaturally fast movements through the crawlways, you finally had time to think, and you too turn your thoughts towards the next step of the plan. It was going to be difficult to figure out, but now was the time to do it before you headed anywhere else. Okay. Let's talk to her and see what we can figure out. You spend some time kneading the muscles in your legs with the balls of your hands to work out the tension you accumulated as you crawled through the tunnels. As you work your way from one leg to the other, you listen to the Chief's mutterings as she considers different ways in which you'll be able to access the sickbay. You're relieved that she's putting in so much thought into it, but from what you can tell, she's only thinking of how you'll get in, not what you'll do once you get there. After a few more minutes, with no indication that the Chief will give up on this puzzle herself, you interrupt. Hey, Chief? But Lieutenant the Cat wouldn't be able to access that area that would bring us back to... Chief, hey! Lieutenant, I'm trying to figure out how to get us into the sickbay. Give me a moment. Chief, I know we're going to need to get into the sickbay to prove Quinn and Captain are innocent. But right now, we need to figure out what we'll do when we get in there. Right now, any part of the ship that isn't these crawlways or my quarters is risky for me to be in. So I don't want to spend any time any longer outside of them than I have to. I'd rather discuss the plan now than leave it to when we get there. That makes sense. So, what are you thinking, Lieutenant? What evidence are you after in the sickbay? Well, do you remember how Lord justified her mutiny on the bridge earlier? That rat? She was saying that Quinn and Bartimeus were both out of action on purpose when the ship had that blackout. I don't see how it would benefit two traitors to be stuck on a dead ship. But she must have some way must have some way to twist the facts. Exactly. To deal with that accusation, we need to prove that they were actually unwell. Show that they couldn't have survived. Ooh, this one's tough. Which one do we pick, guys? Because I feel like proving that they were sick could be pretty difficult. Well, in the sickbay, if there's logs, we can find out both of them. Like, the doctor and Cassie were both admitted. Well, Cassie had been admitted later, but the doctor, when she was sick, would have also been given the thing, because I think she mentioned that earlier. Saying they couldn't have survived doesn't really prove anything. I mean, it does, but, like, no one would have survived on the ship. I mean, that's like a catch. It's show that the two were actually sick when that happened. If we can show that they weren't faking it, then that would blow a huge hole in Lord's justification. If we can do that, then the rest of the crew will see they're in danger just by siding with her. Even Hansen and Harrow won't risk that. If we can convince them, and no one, we can convince them, and with no one to back up the Lord's mutiny, Back her up, Lord's Mutiny will be finished. I see what you're saying, Lieutenant. But how are you gonna do that? Well, I was thinking that I could vouch for them. There would be records. Mm-hmm. As soon as the power was back on, I took the commander straight to sickbay and told the doctor about Captain's condition. He's always making notes on that tablet of his. Even when he was treating me after the crash, he was logging his diagnosis and the medication he used. He'd definitely have done the same for Captain Bartomeu and Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Hey, good thinking. If the medical records software is like what I use to log repairs, then it's pretty watertight. Time, date, essential information, it's all there. Exactly. Right, so we're going to need to get our hands on that easy. You shift from sitting position. You shift from your sitting position back to your hands and knees and begin crawling your way through the tunnels to the next destination. The chief remains sat where she is. Come on, Chief. We need to get to the sickbay. You're forgetting something important, Lieutenant. What do you mean? The doctor's murder. With gritted teeth, you shift back to your sitting position. The excitement of thinking... you had the solution to this whole problem. You've completely forgotten that Lord had directly accused Cassie of the doctor's murder. Even if he could prove that she was unconscious at the time of the blackout, no one on the ship would take the side of a murder suspect. You know where they put the doctor's body, Chief? I was knocked out when it was being dealt with. Did they leave it in sickbay? Of course, the surgery ring has a the surgery wing has a storage unit for them. Why? Then nothing's changed. The proof we need that the captain and the commander weren't absent on purpose is going to be in the sickbay, and the doctor's body is too. If we're going to prove that the Commander Quinn didn't kill him, that's probably the best place to start, right? Can't argue with that, Lieutenant. Right, sounds like you've got it all figured out. Let's get moving? Ready when you are, Chief. That's what I like to hear. Let's make sure you keep up this time. Yes, Chief. You marvel at the speed and agility the Chief demonstrates in such a confined space as she springs forward from her seating position, disappearing down a dark crawlway. You, on the other hand, curse how awkward it is for you to arrange yourself back into the crawling position and head after her. Although she has only a few seconds lead on you, it only takes that long for her to disappear from sight, leaving you to scramble to catch up, following her exclusively by the sounds of her boots and jumpsuit scuffing against the floor. Fortunately, you're just about able to keep pace, panting and covered in a fresh film of sweat. You catch up with her just as she opens a hatch in the tunnel ceiling. The Chief bolts out from the new exit, but you're a bit more careful, listening out for any voices before approaching the hole, slowly peeking out of the case, in case there's anyone else in the airlock. After confirming the coast is clear, you climb out of the hatch after you. Not bad, Lieutenant. You kept a pretty good pace there. Maybe we'll get you up to maintenance team standards yet. You smile and nod at the Chief, but you'd like to respond, but you're breathing too heavily from exertion to keep up with her, and the cool air of the airlock catches in your throat. You wipe the sweat from your forehead with the cuff of your shirt sleeve and lean against the maintenance lock hatch, trying to slow your breathing. So when it comes to crawlways that you can access, the closest that the network has been inside will take you to the sickbay is here in the airlock. There's others that could take us right there, but none of the access points are places that you could get to without being seen by other crew members, so Again, you simply smile and nod, taking the opportunity to compose yourself as the chief fills you in on all the different paths and crawlways to run through the ship. Eventually, you're ready to move on, but the chief is deep in another lecture, growing increasingly absorbed by her own subject matter. Exhaling deeply, you stand fully upright. If you want to get moving, you'll need to stop the chief. Hey, Chief? Now that you're ready to move, you do your best to nudge the chief out of her mental distraction. But the thing about the approach is that it doesn't consider... Chief! Huh? What is it, Chief? What is it, Lieutenant? I was just considering. Sorry to push you, Chief, but we actually need to get going to sickbay now. We've only got a few days until we're back in Europa. The sooner we deal with this, the better. Right. Okay then, Lieutenant. How are we going to get past the ensigns? The ensigns. You remember nearly getting caught by Hansen the last time you were at the airlock, but in the brainstorming session you had in the crawlways, the chief completely forgot to factor them into your plans. Oops. You've been too concerned with where you needed to be in order to prove Cassie innocent, so that you hadn't even thought of how you'd get there. You got a plan for this, right? Of course. You lie as you run through some ideas in your head. I guess we're going to need to take them out. Distraction. The distraction seems a lot less violent. We're gonna need to figure out a way to get them away from the thoroughfare, ideally for a while. That's good thinking, Lieutenant. It's got to be easier to get them out of the way than it is for us to try to sneak past them or take them out. But I can't really think of anything we can do from here. Don't worry about that, Lieutenant. I've got just the thing. You stay here and watch for the right moment. You'll know it when you see it. Okay, but without pausing to listen to your concerns, the chief turns away from you and strides down the hallway towards the central hub. Unlike you, she still has the freedom of the entire ship as long as no one realizes that you're both working together. You watch as she walks nonchalantly into the hub and turns right towards the aft thoroughfare. If the ensigns notice her, there's no indication that they care as she casually walks away. You take a deep breath and crouch down by the corner of the airlock's exit. You don't want to miss Chief's signal, whatever it may be. Before you can even start to wonder what the Chief will do, your question is answered. What is she? From your position, you see the Chief storm back into the central hub and yell at the two ensigns, gesturing towards the engineering department. Ensigns, I need you in engineering right now. You can't make out the response, but the Chief's reply is loud and clear. If you don't get moving, there'll be no one left to guard. Now get down there. It doesn't take much to convince the ensigns. You see them sprint past the Chief and towards the engineering department. Once they're out of sight, the Chief looks at you and shoots a quick wink before turning to follow them. Get straight to the engines, crews. Those cores need to be realigned now. Okay. Once out of sight, holy shit, they just announced a new Ronin Warriors anime. Really? That's awesome news. I've never seen Ronin Warriors. Once the Chief is out of sight, you dart down the corridor towards the central hub. You check both thoroughfares, and now not seeing anyone, you run over to the elevators. Come on. You repeatedly tap the button. Thankful, due to its an emergency nature, the sickbay doesn't need you to swipe your card to access it, instead relying on simply using a bioscan to log whoever enters. Let's go already, let's go! As the door begins to open, you slip through the gap, hitting the door close button as soon as you're inside. Think Power Rangers, but ancient samurai armor. They have a giant pet white tiger. Ooh, I like tigers. That's awesome. With a sigh of relief, you lean back against the cool metal wall and feel yourself begin to move downwards. The last anime came out in '88. Wow. So it's been a while. Is it going to be on Crunchyroll? You knew that there was no way that the Chief would have purposely created a real problem in the engineering department whatsoever. She had lined up for the ensigns was probably pointless busy work. Still, it had done the trick as long as it kept them from occupying it. It didn't matter what she had done. It wasn't super long, but it had a few movies. Oh, that sounds cool. I watched Ultraman at one point with somebody, and I really enjoyed it. I forget which version of Ultraman it was. It was like early 2000s, live action. Yeah, there is a new Samurai Pizza Cats game coming out. That's gonna be, I hope, very good. Oh, man. I need to watch Samurai Pizza Cats at some point. I think Matt streamed it at one point, but it's neither here nor there. I don't remember. At the elevator's rate of descent slowly begins to slow. You step forward to shield your eyes from when the door opens to expose the harsh glare of the sick bay lights. Now that you're finally here, you can begin. You emerge slowly and silently into the sick bay, scanning the room as soon as your eyes have adjusted to the light. Ah, the light. The gameplay looks a bit like Cuphead. Ugh, so that means it's going to be hard. I'm not going to do well with that. At first glance, you don't see any sign of the attacker who knocked you out last time when you were here. Last time you were here. But you're careful to check the room behind the doctor. You're careful to check behind the doctor's desk for any blind spots within the room. Once you're confident there's no one else in here with you, your shoulders drop, you release the tension that you've been carrying. Without any obvious threat to make you take your time going over the room. We'll see. Could be Cuphead, but easier. I can only hope. Oh well. I'm not big on retro games, so if I get it, I'll probably not stream it. But, that's, like I said, we'll figure that out. Let me eat a bit more of my pizza, and then I'll continue reading. Alright, let's continue. Everything was as you remembered it being. No one had even gone to the effort of cleaning up the shattered glass that covered the floor in front of the medicine cabinets. You take a small amount of solace in the fact that you were lucky. If you were lucky, it meant that everything else in the room had been left alone too, including any evidence that might absolute Cassie or the captain. Alright, where to begin? Let's see. Much like on the O'Brien, the glass fronts of the cabinets that had stored various medicines and treatments had all been smashed, with fragments covering the floor. You do your best to avoid disturbing anything, but still manage to crunch a few pieces underfoot as you look at the broken edges of the glass that remains on the floor. No blood, no fabric, nothing caught on these shards. You step back to get a better look, and you hear something crinkle as you step on it. Turning back, you see what it was. You kneel down and pick it up. NutriShake mix. You turn the packet in your hands and you notice it's completely empty. Just like what happened on the O'Brien. No, it wasn't Cassie who killed the doctor. But since this is the same thing that happened on the O'Brien, does that mean it's the same killer? Could it be whoever's piloting that machine? You've not seen any sign of anyone that's been able to leave it. And why would they kill 2 doctors over nutritional shakes? This doesn't make any sense. Heading over to the emergency beds, you do a quick visual review that doesn't reveal anything unusual. Despite this, you take the extra time to go over them, peering into the little nooks and crannies where padded tops joins the frame. You pay careful attention, looking for any unusual markings or damage, or signs that someone else may have been around aside from Cassie or the doctor. After a few minutes of searching, you fail to find anything that could prove that someone else was here when the doctor was murdered. In fact, from a few of Cassie's hairs on the pillow of the bed that she was resting on, there was no sign that anyone had used these beds at all. The doctor's desk, if there were any documents that would come in useful, they'd be in there. The doctor's desk, it was probably the best bet for finding something useful. Moving around to the side where Dr. Rosenham's typically sat, you're relieved to find that the drawers are unlocked. You take a thick pile of files out of the top one and begin flicking through them for anything useful. There's gotta be something here, you think, but there's a huge number of documents within a stack of folders that you had taken, more than you could easily skim through. After a few minutes, you place them down on the table and try the second drawer. This time, a smile crosses your faces as you pull the doctor's datapad. Jackpot. Pulling a sticky note off of the screen and placing it back in the drawer, you took the device out to inspect it, looking for the power button. You find it and flick the switch back onto the datapad. On the back of the datapad. Watching the screen slowly illuminate as the device comes to life. The sound of a drive within it begins spinning, letting you know it's still functional. Alright, I bet this will have all the information I need. Your elation is immediately swept away by the fact that there's a password. Oh, come on. You place the datapad onto the desk alongside the pile of files and sit down in the doctor's chair, placing your head in your hands. You had no expectation that this endeavor would be easy, but you were hoping that it would, at the very least, it could have been simple. Unfortunately, that did not look like it would be the case. After taking a few minutes to silently fume at the challenges being thrown your way, you realize that there's nothing you can do but move forward. This can't be it. There's gotta be something I can do. With a longer exhalation, you stand up, looking around the sickbay. You've come this far. You're not going to give up yet. There's no way of working through that stack of documents, although if I can't figure out what his password is, maybe in that case he's written it down. I hope it doesn't come around to that. That'd take forever. Next to the door leading into the surgery wing is a standard security terminal featuring a screen, number pad, and a card reader. You give the glass on the door a light tap with your knuckles, and the dull knock lets you know the glass is extra thick, likely reinforced. Without some serious firepower, there's no way you could get in there right now. Running your hands back through your hair, you pace around from one side of the room to the other. As far as you could tell, there was no obvious proof that Cassie had been the doctor's murderer, but there couldn't be any proof to the contrary either. At this rate, you wouldn't be able to find anything. There was every chance that once you left the sick bay, the ensigns would have returned to their position outside of the crew quarters. Had you risked it all for nothing? Before you can dwell on that thought, you hear the elevator whir into life, letting you know within the next few seconds someone be entering the room. With no time to spare, you decide to hide. You look around the room in desperation for somewhere to conceal yourself so that you can either stay unnoticed by whoever enters and get the drop on them if necessary. The surgery wing locked. In the hospital beds, nothing more than suspended platforms. You're left with one option. As the door slides open, you dive under the desk, trying to tuck yourself into the little space beneath it. Remaining as quiet as you can, you listen to the sounds of footsteps crossing the room towards your position. The footsteps coming from the elevator towards the desk fall heavily on the floor, each one causing a resounding thud. Whoever entered the room stops right by you, and you hear a slight creak as the desk as if a great weight was placed on it. Get out of there, Lieutenant. It's just me. The chief appears in front of you, squatting down, with one hand still resting on top of the table. She reaches out to you, and you take her hand which yanks you out of and onto your feet. No need to worry about Cruz or Rumney. We've got them realigning cores on the deactivated second drive coil. With false readings I fed into they'll be there all day. I told them I'd be working on the main coil in the other engine room, so they shouldn't figure out I'm gone for a while. Unless they realize the readouts they're getting are in a loop. With the 14 variations I plugged in. How's it going in here? Find what you needed yet? Not yet, no. You gesture over to the doctor's desk. I found the doctor's data pad, but I can't log in, and the surgery ring's locked up, and there's no obvious evidence that points to anyone else being here aside from Commander Quinn. Sounds like you've been having a tough time, huh? Yeah. You run your hands back through your hair and lean back against the cool glass that separates you from the surgery ring. Ugh. I hoped I could find something obvious, but there's nothing useful here. We can't get to the doctor's body or into his notes. Hey, don't worry about it, Lieutenant. You've got me here. You think this ship does anything but what I want to tell her? No chance. I'll get it sorted. Where are we gonna start? Well, things working at least. These can be finicky. I prefer the old way of doing it. Just remembering what you had going on. Waste of military funds, if you ask me. I don't know, Chief. I find it pretty convenient. Especially the map that saved me a lot of time and effort. Makes it too easy. When I started, you had to learn the layout of your ship inside and out. There was no map. You turn your attention back to the tablet. I should look around the room to see if the doctor left any clues about his password or anything. You don't have to worry about cybersecurity either before these things. Alright, Chief. Okay. Aside from the big stack of files and the data pad, it wasn't anything useful at the desk. I don't think those files are going to be much help either. They just look like a bunch of admin work. You stand in front of the glass on the closed door. Stand in front of the closed doorway of the surgical ring and tap the frosted glass. The frosted glass? You knew the glass was the same kind that was used as a window on the bridge. It would be pretty much impenetrable to conventional weapons, let alone what you had at your disposal. Fucking keycard. With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card. Instead, you're met with a harsh series of digital tones. Access denied, insufficient authority. Figures. Your eyes linger on the terminal for a few more seconds as you think about everything you'd gone through in the past few days involving bypassing these devices or doors attached to them entirely. Off topic, but my favorite part of the Expanse series is that the fact that they bought a bunch of Logitech 3D Pro flight sticks and ripped off the base plates to use as props. That's what they do. Star Wars has a lot of props like that too, if you look into it. Like, the communicator that C-3PO was using in Star Wars, like, A New Hope, was like a shaving device. It wasn't anything special. I forgot to turn off my chewing, but I'm back to chewing, so it doesn't matter. Hmm. 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 You didn't bring the PSD, did you, Chief? Nope. But it wouldn't be much good to us. Hmm. Damn. If you hadn't found the Rosori... If you haven't found his keycard, we can't get through that door. With anyone else's, only he had the authority. He squeezed your eyes shut and pinched the bridge of your nose. I guess if they left him in there, they must have taken his card on the way out. One of the ensigns probably has it, or Vanessa. You sigh. No chance of us getting it, then. I didn't say that, Lieutenant. Ooh! The Cloud City guy with the ice cream machine, yeah. He's somebody that people cosplay as every year. Your eyebrows raise, and you turn back towards the mechanic. But how can we get in without... I told you, Lieutenant. This ship does what I say. Nothing on board can get in my way. What, you think I don't know how to get around every single system or device here? Good choice, then. We picked the right person. No, Chief, nothing like that. I just thought... Damn straight. Now take a look at this. The Chief moves you from one side and lays a gloved hand on either side of the terminal's casing. A swift yank is followed by the loud sound of a snapping plastic, and the Chief pulls away the top device, including its screen, which is still connected to the inner workings with a long ribbon cable. Get over here, Lieutenant. We don't have all day. Oh. That's It's a combination digital-physical security unit. JCUF used it to manufacture loads of these back in the day. Overproduced them, though. So when someone came up with a better system, there were huge amounts left over. Didn't make sense to waste them, so JUCF has been using them for low-security facilities around ships that aren't expecting any problems. Oh, I see. So you can do something to get the door open? That's gonna be your job, Lieutenant. It's a Bioshock puzzle. This thing works by redirecting the power to the door whenever it scans the right clearance card. You can get you can get the same thing to happen by rotating the nodes through the diverts. By rotating the nodes, though, diverts the power to where you need it to be. Easy. Chief, shouldn't you? Wish I could, Bernie. The Chief takes off one of her thick gloves and holds her hand up to you. Aside from these calluses, aside from the calluses and worn leathery skin on her palm, you also notice the whole hand is shaking. The tremors are small but constant. Oh. Damaged nerves. Damaged the nerves, doing too much work on heavy machinery as a girl. I'm fine with military or industrial grade machinery because it's usually pretty clunky. Pretty chunky, I think she said. But stuff like this, I don't have the dexterity for it. So what are you waiting for, Lieutenant? Get on it. Right, of course. Okay. Hmm. Is this actually completable? It has to be. Um... Aha! I figured it out. I didn't think they could cross. Master of Unlocking. Oh my god, that achievement. You hear a click as the locking mechanism disengages and the door slides open. Haha, yes! There you go, Lieutenant. Easy, right? Yeah, easy. Something like that. As you step back from the terminal, a waft of cold air from the now open doorway hits you and a chill runs up your spine. You pensively eye the entryway, taking a few steps to your right to get a better look inside. As expected, you can see the doctor's body lying on the operating table. You shiver again, although this time not from the cold air that was leaching into the climate-controlled warmth of the sickbay. Everything all right, Lieutenant? The chief appears beside you, hand on your shoulder. Yeah, it's fine. I was thinking about what we have to do next. I got you, Lieutenant. Never nice seeing one of the crew like this. Yeah. The temperature just outside the door is almost as cold as the room beyond. As the chill continues to spread, you rub your arms instinctively to warm them. You knew that you'd always planned to get in there to examine his body. But now that it was possible, but we gotta do what we gotta do. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. You repeat. Alright, let's go in. Come on, Lieutenant, let's do it. You hesitate for a moment before nodding, which the chief takes as a sign to enter. As she walks into the room, the chief becomes a vague silhouette, barely visible behind the frosted glass. With her out of view, you clench your fist a few times, then follow her into the room. You'd never been in here before, although you'd taken a few opportunities to peek inside when the glass wasn't frosted on the few times you visited the sickbay. They weren't particularly reassuring to look at from the other side of the glass, but your proximity to the automated surgical assistants made them much more intimidating. A series of long, thin mechanical appendages were suspended from a collection of disc-like objects, which themselves were attached to the room's ceiling by various supports, and cables and tubings. Sheesh! The room's temperature was so low you could see your own breath, which turned into condensation on certain parts of the machines, glinting with the caught light as you've moved around. Directly underneath all of this was the body of Dr. Schaefer Rosarium. You shudder as you approach the corpse. Although you'd encountered the bodies of the crew on the O'Brien, those weren't people that you actually interacted with, spoken with, people you'd known. Laying here on the table, the lack of vital essence in the doctor was tangible. As sedate as he had been when he was alive, seeing him like this made your stomach turn. If the chief was feeling the same way, she wasn't showing it. Alright then, Lieutenant, what are you looking for? Well, I guess I could. Let's take a look at, check for injuries. If we could figure out how he died, that might give us an indication of who the killer was. Or, at the least, show us that Cassie couldn't have done it. Sure, you're the security officer. I guess that makes you something like a detective, huh? The edges of your mouth involuntarily curl upwards, slightly, as the chief's question reminds you of how Cassie reacted to your position when you first met. She had been so excited about her misconception that you were on the ship to solve crimes that you didn't have the heart to tell her otherwise, until her fourth electronic mail asking you if you had any murder cases yet. Still, neither the chief nor Cassie were entirely incorrect. Head security officer was responsible for gathering information and evidence prior to a case being handed over to internal investigations or the military police if something happened whilst out in space. Kind of, I guess. You'd been given training in assessing a body, but only for particular surface level things. Hopefully, that'd be enough. Okay, let's see. Starting from his feet and working your way gingerly, you assess for any signs of broken bones, swelling, dislocation, or wounds. Finding nothing. As you move up his body, you still don't find anything except for his cybernetics extended further than you were aware of, with a good portion of his left leg and chest proving mechanical. Ads. Okay. Thank you for those that continue to support the stream through bits, subs, and other such things. It really means a lot. Thank you for being supportive and awesome. It's great. Ugh. What a goofy game, though, huh? I think we're pretty close to the end. I'm not sure, though. It's hard to say. Boom, boom, boom. I was thinking about, oh, I have a story to tell about pancakes. So I really love pancakes, and I really love, I love pancakes. I just can't have the syrup on them because it depends on the syrup, but like a lot of pancake syrups and stuff like that are like whatever like stuff that they have in them, it's not really good for me. Like it makes me sick for whatever reason. And at any time I've ever had it, I've basically always needed to like run off and use the restroom after. That's very annoying. Um, it does happen with, like, Southern cooking, too, because they use different ingredients in the South. Back when I lived in the United States, so, like, Texas has, like, really, really bland, like, typical white people food. It doesn't have, like, a lot of, like, the deep Southern foods and stuff like that. But, like, when I would go to a restaurant in, like, Florida, say, like, that side of the country, if I'd be in Florida and I'd have food there, it would make me sick. Like, it would be so awful because of, like, the stuff they cook with, basically. It was not great. As you move his body, you still don't find anything except for his cybernetics extended further than you were aware of, with a good portion of his left leg and chest proving to be mechanical. With your assessment continuing to be fruitless, you eventually move to the doctor's head. Sweeping the back of his hair, checking for bumps, bruises, you notice that something is strange around his eyepiece. Chief, look at this. What is it? It's subtle, but look. You gesture to the edges of the doctor's prosthetic, where the device meets the doctor's skin. Signs of singeing and minor burns run along the edges, with lenses of the eye surrounded by a ring of black. Strange. Looks like the device has been overloaded. But the power cells in his prosthetic shouldn't produce enough current to shock him, even in the situation where... So you think the doctor may have been shocked then? Huh? Looks that way, but it shouldn't be possible. An electric shock. You briefly dwell on the possibilities. Just like on the O'Brien. What do you think could have caused this? Nothing in the other room. There isn't obvious damage of anything that would expose any electronics with the power to do this. I can't see anything here that could have delivered this level of shock. Defib pads are still in the mounts, no damage to the automatic assistance. Had to have been something someone brought in, like an electroshock weapon. Whoa, Chief. You don't think I did this, do you? I don't know, Lieutenant. Did you? No, I came in and found the doctor and got attacked just before I could check on Cassie. Why would I kill the doctor? The Chief's hard glare drops the temperature of the room by a few more degrees as she watches you from the other side of the operating table. The doctor had been laid down on. You'd have to be pretty stupid to murder someone, then break out and drag another member of the crew to show them evidence which you did it, huh? You breathe in a sigh of relief, which turns to a small cloud of vapor in front of you. Jeez. Yeah, you would. I guess we have our answer there. It raises even more questions. Now that we figured this out, take a look at his prosthetics. Do you think there's anything we can learn from his prosthetics? Would they keep any information about his condition or anything like that? Rosarium's augments are pretty old, but the Chief reaches into one of the pockets of her overalls and pulls out a small screwdriver, much smaller than the one Dylan had snuck into your meal. Methodically, she begins to assess the doctor's right arm, following the edges of various panels. Eventually, she raises the arm, which yields easily a series of screws on the other side of his mechanical arm. Each screw is quickly removed and placed neatly in the nearby surgical basin, followed by a panel that the Chief lifts away. Although the Chief is simply disassembling a piece of machinery, you can't help but feel queasy as you watch her work, given the situation you're in. With the air of a surgeon about her, she continues to methodically disassemble the interior on the doctor's arm until she places a screwdriver down and pulls out a small circuit board which remains connected by a series of wires. This. She holds up the board and turns it to face you, showing that it has a small screen and a series of buttons on the other side. Should give us a log of the doctor's vitals. But looks like the whole unit's been deactivated. Hold it for a second. As it's passed over to you, you can't help but notice a trail of wires and cables heading back to the forearm towards the doctor's elbow joint, and wrist like a series of veins and arteries. You swallow nervously, looking away from as the chief continues to dissect the interior of the mechanical arm. Unnerved by the procedure being carried out next to you, but still having to hold on to this component, you close your eyes and steady your breathing. There. There's a click as she lays a burned out battery in the surgical basin, and you see a series of wires coming from the doctor's arm are now connected to a fresh looking battery that sits next to his side. So, Lieutenant, what does it say? Oh, you look at the screen on the device. All you see are 4 flashing numbers separated by a colon. 2129. What is it, a diagnostic code? Ha! No, it's the time. But it's not. You look over at your wristwatch. The time the power of his prosthetic failed, Lieutenant. Oh, right, okay. 2129. That's when... Or 2129. That's when the power on his prosthetics failed. Do you think that's when he died? Yeah, probably. These things run on power cells, but it looks like whatever got him took them out too. I came to visit Commander Quinn at 2130. So whoever killed the doctor must have got him before I arrived. Now we know he died. Now we know when he died. Maybe we can cross-reference it against the ship's logs and see who was where and when. Something like that. Not a bad idea, Lieutenant. Thanks, Chief. Alright, let's... Hold on. The Chief takes the small circuit board off you and returns it to the interior of the doctor's arm, carefully replacing the wires before reattaching the panel with the screws she removed earlier. Didn't want to leave him in pieces, you know? Doesn't seem right. Yeah, of course. Okay, let's look for clues on his killer's identity. There's nothing useful out in the main sickbay. I couldn't find any trace of anyone else here but Commander Quinn. If we're lucky, there might be some evidence on the doctor that we can use. Although your training in handling what could be considered a crime scene or evidence was brief, you hope that the small amount you've been taught might come in useful. You don't notice any obvious signs of bruising on the doctor to indicate he'd been grabbed, and there's no signs of any use of a weapon either. After looking at the fingernails on his left arm and not seeing any sign of skin or blood, you're about to give up when you check his mechanical hand. Chief, look at this. What is it? You raise the doctor's mechanical arm, twisting it slightly so that she can see the back of his hand. As soon as she notices what you're pointing at, she takes the arm off of you. Knuckle joints, tops of fingers, both crumbled. Ogman's military grade. He must have hit something hard for this to happen. What have you found, Chief? Take a look. Gently, the Chief extracts something from the joints between the index finger and the knuckle and passes it to you. You carefully take the small fragment off of her and hold it between your thumb and forefinger, bringing it to your eye. Looks like a small metal chip. Maybe a piece of whatever you hit? You pass it back. Maybe. But there's nothing on the ship made using something like this. The Chief pauses, her brow furrowing deeper into its scowl. Except that thing in the hangar. What? You think this is something to do with that? The Chief walks over to the nearby hand-washing station and takes a few sheets from a roll of disposable papers, wrapping the small fragment up before placing it in her pocket. Can't say for sure, but it looks like it. Why the doctor, though? No idea. You pause as you consider this new piece of information. It had given you a fresh perspective to consider, but if anything, it had created more questions. Well, that's all I can see that looks useful. Now we found that what we could. Leave the doctor in peace. He's not got anything left to tell us. Yeah, I'm with you there. You follow the Chief out of the room, stopping by the terminal to reset the components and replace the screen. As you click the screen back into its mounting, the door hisses shut, stemming a flow of cold air from the surgery wing to the sickbay. Just before it closes, you catch one final glimpse of the doctor. All you can think about is how he disappears from your view. Is that you've got if you got there a few minutes earlier, you could have done something. Fuck the chief. What a way to go, huh? You mean the doctor? Yeah, classic signs of electrocution. The singeing, his prosthetics all being shorted out. Looks like he got hit by something pretty powerful. Seems like he hit something... He hit something that was pretty powerful, too. Way his hand was caved in and all. Even if someone did get him with an electroshock weapon, it looks like he got a good swing in on whoever it was. Punch like that could take a jaw clean off. I wonder if, as the chief begins to go over the potential scenarios, to explain what happened to the doctor, you think about what you found. If it had just been injuries associated with electrocution, you'd be able to assume that it was one of the ensigns with an electroshock weapon. But given the condition his fist was in, as well as a small fragment of black metal that the chief had said matched what was in the hangar, if what you were beginning to suspect was true, you'd had something much more dangerous than Vanessa abound. Hey, Casamet!
Choose your fate. Watch the show.
Or watch the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Casamet is trying to be the final nail in the coffin club. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Casamet. Thank you for raiding. I really appreciate that. Ooh, Warhammer 2, Warhammer Space Marine. Very nice. I love Space Marine. Welcome in, everybody, from Casamet's stream. I am Bernie VTuber. I am a little orange cat. I sing, I do voice acting, I play visual novels, I play RPGs, I play adventure games, point and clicks, shooters. I play everything. It's kind of hard to pin down what I do at all times. I'm also a game developer. But welcome in, everybody. I hope you guys had fun watching Casamet play Warhammer 40k Space Marine Mastercrafted Edition, which is, I believe, the newest one, or not the newest one, but the new Space Marine remaster of the first one.
Enjoy your stay.
Enjoy your stay. Unfortunately, they did not give me that one. A Singing Orange Cat signed me up. Yep, thank you for the follow. You've come to the right place. Never played any of them. They're so good. Dude, I really hope you enjoy Space Marine 2. So we're solving a murder currently. Ugh, excuse me. There's no trace of blood or anything. Nothing on the bed. Aside from the big stack of papers, yeah. I don't know if this is enough to unlock the doctor's data pad. That's still being a problem. It's good my internet was a problem tonight. It's on Game Pass if you have it. I might grab Game Pass for that. That shouldn't be an issue. We're still trying to find the doctor's key card, and I'm not really sure what to look for in here. It's driving you nuts that such a potential piece of vital evidence was locked behind a password. Something got you down, Lieutenant? Just thinking about the doctor's datapad. It could have everything we need on it, but without his password, there's nothing we can do. You sure you've looked everywhere? Rosarium was good with medical equipment, but no good with computers. Bet you he's written his password down somewhere. Maybe there is something I missed. I'm sorry that your internet was, the problem tonight, though, Cass. That sucks. And Vixie Q, welcome in as well. Sorry I didn't directly acknowledge you, but thank you. Welcome in. A vague memory returns to you, and you head over to the desk, opening the top drawer. Aside from a collection of plugs and cables, you already emptied it of everything that seemed important. You slide it closed and move on to the one below it, opening it to find that without a data pad inside, all it contained was a sticky note that you had previously peeled off of the screen. Could it be that easy? Oh yeah, that's what I figured it was. You temper your expectations as you read what's been written. Device asks me to press a key to continue. Ask Cathay's location of any key not visible on keyboard. The doctor cannot be serious. What'd you find? Exacerbated, you pass her the note as her eyes scan the writing on it. A broad smile fills her face. I remember when he asked me about this. I laughed so much. I scared the hell out of a cadet. Had to explain to the guy that the computer's instructions weren't as literal as he was treating them. Guess he just saw an instruction and followed it. Fuck. I can't believe someone would be so literal about a computer. Has he managed that all these years? Alright. This is a problem that's gonna get solved. It's gonna be by us. Yeah, you're right. You don't know anything about the doctor that helped you guess his password. Well, he's extremely matter-of-fact, to the point literal. I wonder. Alright, let's give this a try. I had a feeling! I had a feeling! It said enter password. What was his password gonna be? Password. It cut out the stream completely for 16 minutes in and then again as I was trying to end. That's weird. I'm so sorry that happened to you. So what was it, Lieutenant? Password. As in enter password. A huge smile erupts on the chief's face as she laughs loudly, giving such a hearty series of pats on the back that you almost launch the datapad across the room. Good old Rosarium. Wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, the chief maintains her grin. We could always count on that guy to be straight to the point. Good work figuring it out, Lieutenant. Let's see if you can find something useful on the device. Will do. It looks like it contains the medical records of everyone on board the Gundog. If I go any further, I'll be looking into some really sensitive material. But there should be something in here that helps me. I'll need to make sure I only look at what I need to. Let's see here. Europa, blood type 0. Patient delivered to sickbay, consciousness, blah blah blah. Recent update. Onset migraines, loss of consciousness. Current scans remain inconclusive, indication of neurological condition. Will require escalation to the Colony Medical Center if scan set 3 provides no avenue for effective treatment. It's because it's summer and Mediacom swears that they don't throttle speeds but keeps people on separate servers. And keeps people on separate servers, but every summer for 3 months this stuff happens. The kids go back to school in August. My internet magically goes back to normal. Yeah. Having, like, Netflix open and, like, other streaming platforms and shit is so bad when you're trying to stream. I've had issues with it myself, with the roommates and stuff. Scan set 3, no avenue for effective treatment. Diagnosed with gastric distress. Linked to synthetic ingredients with onboard foods. Ongoing treatment, standard meals will be substituted for NutriShake powders. 30 grams 30 times a day. Okay. I want to read about Vanessa. Reoccurring complaints about regarding low impact conditions. No positive diagnosis to date. Potential hypnochondria. Let's read the captains. Here we go, Chief. Recent update, attended quarters by following location. Crew member 2304. Patient was discovered unresponsive due to alcohol-induced Visalgia. You don't have kids. Oh, you meant the neighborhood kids. Okay. Here you go, Chief. Yeah? Just found the records for the captain. It says he found her unresponsive due to, because of what? Something called Visalgia. He says that she was unresponsive, so that should prove that she wasn't absent on purpose. Works for us. Keep looking at what else is on that tablet. We need some information that proves Quinn's got nothing to do with this, too. Yeah, of course. Let's see. Diagnosed with dystheria. Refused antidepressant medications. Counseling. Discretion. Forego mandatory counseling. Provided by Admiral. Chronic hypertension. Investigated for enhanced sensory potential following 3 consecutive wins in youth frame racing competitions championships. So they're kind of young. Consecutive wins with a further assessment required. Dalton. Generalized anxiety disorder. Ongoing treatment. SSRI. 50 milligrams daily. Ongoing counseling. Dylan. Nut allergy. Hansen Cruz. Recent update. Severe fracture to ulna due to trauma from sudden impact whilst piloting armored frame. Automated ossification procedure commenced by 1923. No indication of long-term damage. Diagnosed with complex PTSD. Refusal to attend CBT, EMDR sessions. Ongoing treatment. SSRI 250 milligrams daily. Left shoulder joint internally augmented following injury sustained. Ah, here we go. Let's see. Chief, I've got something about Commander Quinn. Yeah? Anything good? Maybe. Says here that he gave her sedatives at 21:22. It was around 21:30 that I came down when I found the doctor dead before the attack.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. Thank you, Vix. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 5 bits. We have a lot of, like, fun little things. Not just sound alerts that are paid. We also have, like, video clips as well. That we also have on stream that people can play sometimes. It's nearly 10 minutes before Rosarium's augments were knocked offline, too. There's no way that she could have attacked him if she had just been sedated, let alone kill him. She shouldn't have been in a state to do much of anything. So, we've got the Lieutenant Commander being dosed up with sedatives, and Bartomeu having, what the doctor call it, Visalgia, when the power was off. Looks like we've got enough to prove Lord's full of crap. Definitely, this will be really useful. Well, there's so many here that I vibe, right? We have a lot. We're big fans of cartoons here. I'm gonna eat a little bit of my pizza.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I love that commercial so much as a kid. Thank you for the 10 bits. I love hearing that one because I don't get to hear it too often. And when I do, it's like, yeah, I love structured settlements. My childhood too, actually. Oh man. There we go, Lieutenant. Think that's it? Datapad shows that Quinn and Bartomeu were both out of action when the blackout happened. Then we've got information on the pad as well as what we found out from the doctor himself that shows that there's no way she could be the killer. Should be pretty good for convincing everyone. Yeah. What's up? Figured you'd be excited for a solid alibi we've got for the captain and commander. I was just thinking, we can show that it wasn't the captain, it wasn't Quinn, but we've still got no idea who it was. Someone on this ship is responsible for the captain's doctor's murder. And if we don't find out, they'll still be out there. They got a good point. Sorry, I'm trying to eat. Even if we get Captain Bartimeus back on the bridge, we're all targets, right? We need to figure out who it was. That's a good point, Lieutenant. But how are you going to do it? Well, the datapad got me thinking. The doctor had his logs, right? Not that different from the whole ship. Almost everything is logged, so if we look at the records, we should be able to figure out who it actually was by tracking the crew's movements. But with Lord on the bridge, she'd have the ensigns on us before we got anywhere near the reports. Wouldn't surprise me if she's got a panic button all set up or something. Hey, no problem there. I love that she's, like, willing to help us. It would have been a terrible idea to choose Dalton. We don't need to go through the bridge. Everything on the ship goes through the central computer. We could get over to engineering and take a look at the records there. Easy. Won't the ensigns notice? Don't worry about it. I've got them kept busy in the engines rooms. I'll take a look and make sure the coast is clear too. Thanks, Chief. No problem. Let's get moving. Following the Chief's lead, you enter the elevator and the doors close behind you soon after you enter. After a short journey in silence, they slide open again. To the central hub. Just follow me, Bernie the cat. If I see anyone around, I'll make sure to give you a heads up. You only manage to nod in response before the Chief confidently strides out of the elevator towards the aft thoroughfare, leaving you to follow her out. Although she makes her way towards the corridor with the utmost confidence, you're more furtive, constantly looking over your shoulder and down other corridors you pass. You head towards the engineering department. You notice the terminal attached to the entrance into the armory and how it's identical to the one you managed to hack in the sickbay. Chief, wait! What's going on, Lieutenant? Well, I think we need weapons. The plan's to convince the rest of the crew to get them behind us before we approach Vanessa and the ensigns. But what if the ensigns don't listen to reason? Vanessa's gone this far to take control. How much further do you think she'll be willing to go to keep it? Trust me, I don't want it to have to come to this, but if it does... I get you, Lieutenant, it makes sense. The ensigns should still be in the engine room, if they got any sense. If anyone else comes this way, I can deal with them. You know what to do. Get going. Thanks, Chief. With the Chief's assurance that you won't be bothered by the ensigns, you get to work by removing the top terminal's casing, exposing the mechanism within. Okay. This is gonna be another loop it around thing, I think. Nope. I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call JG Bernie. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. Got it. As you rotate the final node, the electricity is redirected and the door slides open. You quickly slip inside the room, followed by the Chief. As you review the weapons inside the locker, you decide a submachine gun, like the current one Hansen's possessing. It wasn't much, but it was a powerful enough weapon in the armory that you would be able to have a level playing field at the very least. You go to the locker, but you stop quickly. Something wrong, Lieutenant? These lockers are set up to alert the bridge whenever they're opened. If I were to take a weapon, Vanessa would be honest for sure. There's no way for me to get it out without giving us away. Makes sense? Can't mess around with the components of that system either. They're much newer than what's in the terminals. Hang on, Bernie. So my character's full name is Bernie, last name the Cat. I didn't think that I was going to constantly be called the Cat, but I'm Bernie the Cat in this. They don't call me Bernie very often. Watch as the chief steps back and looks towards the top of the lockers. Pacing from one end of the room to the other, she stops occasionally to look at the conduit or a bundle of cables. She eventually heads to the left side series of lockers and places her hands on the top, effortlessly heaving herself up in one motion. Get ready to grab what you need, then shut the door again, understood? You place your hand on the locker's handle, waiting for the chief to take action. Understood. With a sharp tug, the chief pulls 3 large cables out of the wall. Now, Lieutenant, you pull open the door and fumble in the darkness, eventually grabbing one of the guns and a few magazines. You place them down beside you and then slam the door shut. It's closed, Chief. Got you. With a huff, the chief drops back down onto the floor, looking up and past her. You see the cables have been inserted back into the wall. Just had to disrupt the circuit the room's on. It might show a blip on the bridge. So let's go before somebody finds out. You gather up your weapons and ammunition and you leave the room. You got a submachine gun. Now outside, you take a few seconds to reset the components and replace the casing on the terminal, causing the door to shut. You follow the chief down the remainder of the thoroughfare and arrive in the engineering department. She pauses for a moment and looks around. Then, with the same self-assured sureness, continues her way to the central computer. Oops, I didn't mean to skip that. Fortunately, your journey is uneventful, and you arrive at the door. So what's the plan to get in, Lieutenant? Nothing complicated, Chief. You pull Cassie's keycard out of your pocket and present it to the engineer, who takes a note of the name on the card. Not bad. Where'd you get that? During the blackout, Lord never took it off me, and, you slide the card through the reader on the terminal, and the door hisses open. It looks like, since they've got Lieutenant Commander locked up, they never thought to deactivate her card. Rookie error for Lord, but works for us. Get inside, Lieutenant. You follow the chief's instructions and duck inside the small room with her behind you. As you enter the room that houses the central computer, you know that you're going to have problems. The room was small and barely larger than a small cupboard. There was just about enough room for one person to operate the computer, let alone... Hey, Lieutenant, move over, would you? I gotta... As the chief muscles her way into the room, you're immediately pushed against the keyboard and monitor. As she continues to force her considerable heft inside, it's all you can do is squirm your way towards the corners to avoid being crushed. I think they'd make these bigger, wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. The small mm-hmm is all you can muster as you manage to continue to adjust yourself to find a position that you can allow to breathe in. Right, so how do you figure we're gonna find out who got the doctor, Lieutenant? Well, Sorry, I'm catching a weird smell. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. I got up and got some water, but there was a weird smell. I wanted to make sure it wasn't my PC, but also a couple of other things. You take a breath as the chief shifts around. If we look up who went to the medical bay immediately before me, that should give us our answer. Gotcha. Let me just... As if carefully plucking parts out of a toolkit, the chief's typing is slow, but methodical, with both hands raised over the keyboard. She scans the letters, then strikes one after the other, beginning the whole process again for each following character. It takes a while, but eventually a window appears with a long list of names and dates and times. 23rd of April, PC 214, 2130, we've got a Lieutenant Bernie the Cat, but before that we've got the chief pauses and makes you shift and wiggle to get a better view on the screen. No information, sickbay 2129. What does that mean? How can there be no information? Hang on a second, the chief's voice trails off as she resumes the same methodical process of hunting for the keys she needs, slowly proceeding by typing with just 2 fingers. She's hunting and pecking. As a different selection of logs listed files appear on the screen, you hear the chief mutter to herself. Not that, there's no info. It's just a log. No user data. Shouldn't be possible. Whether it's a key card or biodata, Bartomeu has to authorize every crew profile. The system shouldn't allow any dummies. Chief, hey, what is it? Silently, the chief places the tip of her finger on the screen, pointing at a series of entries. No information, sickbay 2129, just before I got there. You carry on working your way down the list. No information, crew quarters 52102, that's Cassie's cabin. No information, central computer 2021, no information given. Engine room 1933, no information. Mess hall 1910, no information. Hangar 1850. That was just after you and Hanson crashed into the Juno, right into the hangar, bringing that machine with you. You both stand in silence as the information remains on screen, flickering ever slightly as brilliant green stands out of the dark black background of the screen. Come on, Lieutenant, let's get going. Without warning, the chief steps back out of the room, grabbing you by the arm and dragging you with her. Chief, hang on! You struggle against the chief's iron grip as she pulls you out of the small room, along the catwalk, which leads back towards the engineering department's exit. Chief, wait, we can't just... Despite her gloved hand encircling your entire forearm, you manage to wrestle yourself free, taking a few steps backwards as she tries to grab you again. Get over here, Bernie! We gotta go tell Lord what's going on. I know it's bad, Chief, but we can't just... Damn right it's bad. I don't care what's going on with you or her right now. Something's gotta be done, and it's gotta be done, Chief. Think about that for a few seconds. If you go up there to the bridge and tell Vanessa that she's wrong, how do you think she's going to react? If she's made herself the captain, she can act like the damn captain and get the ship swept for intruders. Quit messing around, and do you think Vanessa will really do that, Chief? Do you think she'll react to it? She'll react? Oh, hold on. How do you think she'll react if you tell her... That's a typo right there. That's it instead of if. If you tell her that you figured out there's an intruder on board that's responsible for everything she's blaming on me, the captain, and Vanessa. Do you think she'll admit her mistake? She'll be the one up for execution as a mutineer if that happens. Best case scenario, she ignores you. Worst case, I get it, Lieutenant. If we can't go to Lord, then we can... The chief pauses as you see the frustration continue to burn her eyes until after a moment, she drops her shoulders and exhales, releasing the pent-up frustration. We wouldn't be able to take direct action, but we could set up an alert if the dummy ID is detected. The risk is that we need to stay by the terminal, feeding back the report. So unless... Chief, hey! The plan's not changed, Chief. We can't go to Vanessa. But if you want to go to the rest of the crew, we can convince them that's what's happened. Once we've done that, we can get her out of the way and get the captain back in command, then deal with whatever's happening on this ship properly. But we need to figure out what that actually is before anything else. If we know their aim, then we'll also know a better position to deal with what's happening. So then we could... You breathe a sigh of relief as the chief begins to mutter to herself, her eyes darting forward and backwards as she quickly gets absorbed into the specifics of how the situation can be handled. You take advantage of her distraction to pause and center yourself. You'd found out a lot about what had happened, but so much of it was disparate information. You need to bring it all together to figure out what's really going on. You could tell by the intense look and focus on her face that the chief was already focused on planning on how to handle the intruder once we got the crew on your side. Her instinct for problem solving would be crucial in getting to the bottom of this whole thing. Chief! What, Lieutenant? We can start on a plan to deal with whoever's responsible once we figure out who that is and what they're doing. But where do we start with that? How do we get this all figured out? Lord's first big claim was that Quinn killed Rosenbaum. Although I don't know why he'd be a target, it's not like he... What about that being her first big claim, Chief? Right. We need to convince everyone that Quinn didn't kill the doctor. That's what's got everyone spooked. Definitely makes you and her look like bad guys. If we prove she didn't do it. Right, so what do we do that proves Cassie didn't do it? She had no reason to do it. She's strong enough because of the condition she was in. She'd have to be she'd have been completely knocked out when the murder happened. I arrived minutes after when his tablet shows she was sedated. The dosage, the timing, it's all there. She couldn't possibly have killed him. She was unconscious at the time it happened. That makes sense. The sedatives they use for onboard care are pretty fast acting. If Rosarium gave them to Quinn, she'd be out like a light. We've got logs, a timestamp. Hell, Rumney and I had to carry her to her quarters. Girl was dead to the world. Not bad, Lieutenant. I think you're onto something. Thanks, Chief. Makes sense to me. If Quinn's knocked out, there's no way she can kill anyone. Exactly. Now that we've got that figured out, we can... But... Your stomach drops. You'd thought for a moment that you'd dealt with Vanessa's accusations towards Cassie, but the hesitant look on the Chief's face said otherwise. What is it? Lord's not gonna let it be that easy. Quinn was sedated, sure, but those meds take a few minutes to be effective. What are you saying, Chief? We're gonna need to stay a few steps ahead of Lord, Lieutenant. Get in her head. Think how she'll argue, then deal with that. If you tell her Quinn was sedated when Rosarum died, she would just come straight back with something like, how do you know she didn't kill him before the sedatives took effect? Ugh, you're right, she would. Those drugs act quick, though. Cassie couldn't have been awake for long. Does it matter? If Lord sees an opening, she'll go for it. So we need to prove she didn't kill him before she fell unconscious, right? Well, she couldn't have because... Why would Cassie have killed? Why couldn't Cassie kill the doctor before the sedatives took effect? It'd be too risky. The cause of death. Well, yeah, the cause of death, unless she has a gun on her. There's no signs of struggle. My only other theory is that Cassie has a gun, but I don't know if she does. I think I'm the only one who's allowed to have a security pistol. There's no signs of struggle. I mean, there are. The cause of death. There's no way she could have killed him. You're gonna need more than that, Bernie. The cause of death, think about it. Whatever killed him also deactivated his prosthetics and left signs of singeing along his body where his body met the metal. That could have been only done by the source of a high-power electricity, something like an electroshock weapon. I didn't find one in there, and no one mentioned finding one either. So unless she got sedated, drew a previously hidden electroshock weapon, then managed to hide it again. It's a ridiculous scenario. Yeah, that's right. I don't remember seeing one when I arrived. You didn't find one. What if Lord does her own investigation and finds an electroshock weapon in there? She wouldn't. I searched the whole room from top to bottom. Yeah, but what if she did? Might not have been there when you looked, but she still could find one. That's ridiculous. She'd be planting evidence. You think that rat wouldn't? Lord's not playing fair, Lieutenant, so we need this bolted down. How do we know Quinn didn't hide an electroshock weapon? She can't access the armory. The captain would have known. The doctor would have seen it first. Oh, these are tough questions. She can't access the armory. She couldn't have had an electroshock weapon in the first place. You sound pretty confident there, Bernie. Are you sure? Absolutely. She couldn't have had one because she can't get into the armory. Only members of security have access to the armory, and it's the captain that grants the authority to crew members to access it. If the captain never granted access, she wouldn't be able to get into one. That's a big if. Well, I can prove it easily enough. Running this card through the terminal outside of the armory will show she couldn't get in. It's the same reason I didn't ask for your card just now. It wouldn't have worked. So if she never had access, she couldn't have gotten her hands on one, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Even without the card, weapons have been taken. Weapons have been taken will show from the ship's logs. If you're right, only the electroshock weapon shown as taken should be yours. That's gotta be enough to prove Cassie didn't do it, right? Seems pretty airtight to me, Bernie. Quinn would have been unconscious because of the meds, and even if she wasn't, the way Rosarium died doesn't make sense because she can't get into the armory. Gonna be hard for anyone to argue with that. Great. So that's Quinn. What about Bartimeus, though? The captain? You're hit with the realization that you'd been so focused on proving Cassie's innocence that you'd completely forgotten that Vanessa had levied out the other allegations against the captain. That's right. Lord accused her of being unavailable on purpose during the blackout, didn't she? Quinn, too. Ugh. Yeah, you're right. I bet even if we convince everyone that Cassie's innocent of killing the doctor, then Lord will just focus on the sabotage. Not like she's let the truth get in her way so far. Jesus. She's a slippery one. Hey, fuck up, Bernie. We've got the stuff with Quinn and Rosarium figured out. All we gotta do is deal with this, and we can show everyone Lord's nothing but a liar. So don't start moping now. You're right. We need to convince everyone that the captain and Cassie didn't have anything to do with the sabotage, and that they weren't dodging their duties. What do we know about that we can use? Their motive. They'd have died too. They were both unwell. So Vanessa's argument is that they were both traitors through inactivity, right? That it was a choice. Basically, yeah. But using the doctor's datapad, we can see that both of them were unwell at the time of the blackout happened, and there was no choice about it. The doctor made note of what happened to the captain, as well as the scans and the treatment he gave Cassie. He wouldn't have done that unless he found cause to. That proves there was genuine medical need. The doctor may have had his quirks, but I don't think the crew will believe he was incompetent or a liar. Yeah, Rosarium wouldn't have done all of those scans on Quinn unless he found something wrong. The captain, too, he noted a condition in a treatment plan. I think you've got it, Lieutenant. That's it, then. That's the captain and Cassie both in the clear. It took me a while, but we got there. Let's see if hell, this convinced me. But, something bothering you? Even though we got that figured out, it leaves us with needing to find out who is actually responsible. If we can't show who is the real culprit, was, then Vanessa will just worm her way out of it. Say that the captain and Cassie are still most likely the culprits. That's a good point. So then you got any ideas on who it was? Vanessa, Hansen, someone else? I think it's someone else. Because if it was Hansen, it couldn't have been because he was just done with surgery. But they said he was waking up, so I don't know. It's too easy to accuse Hansen, someone else. I don't think it was anyone from the crew, no? If you think about it, when the blackout happened, no one was in any position to take advantage of it. We were totally taken by surprise. It didn't seem like something that happened from within the ship either. You'd have figured out what caused it otherwise. Yeah, I reviewed the diagnostic, and although there were some fluctuations in the main grid, that was... Plus, the same thing happened to the O'Brien. It wasn't just the power going off that affected the O'Brien either. Their doctor was also killed. What? Yeah, the doctor on board the O'Brien. I found her dead. Not like how Dr. Rosarium died. It looked more like she was killed with physical force. But the sickbay was all smashed up. That was the same. Then we know that no one except myself had the means to kill the doctor in the way that we can see he died. But even then, the entry logs for the sickbay show that the bioscanner didn't pick up anyone from the crew going in. Just this no information. And we know when they first showed up. So you're saying that whoever was on board that thing when it arrived has done all this. It's the only way it all makes sense. Maybe they tried to take out both the O'Brien and us, but we were able to get the ship back online. Now they're trying a different approach. I thought with that much compound covering it, there'd be no way any pilot could get out. The machine didn't have any hatches, no surface details to indicate an access point. Nothing on the exposed parts. You might be right, Lieutenant. No one on board has got all the skills needed to pull this off. Even if they wanted to. Why'd they do it, though? That laser, or whatever the machine has, could have torn the Gundog to pieces. If it's an enemy pilot, why would they do all this? What are they getting out of this? They're after Cassie, they're a spy, they're pirates. I mean, they did check Cassie's room. I think they're a spy. I think that's what it is. Could it be a spy? Spy, huh? Yeah, someone from the Solar Federation trying to use their state-of-the-art technology to find out what's going on in the JUCF. Maybe infiltrate the ships to steal information. But we caught them, and now their whole plan has gone up in smoke, so they're trying to get rid of us. You ever been on a ship where they found a spy, Lieutenant? No, but I have, back when I was on the Albus. Quiet guy worked alongside me, maintaining one of the first batches of new model Junos. The manufacturer sent him to help us out. Spent months working with him, then one day the MPs come down to the hangar and take him away. Turns out he'd been using the Albus connection to the JCF network to feed information to the Terrans. Everything he did was on the down low. He only got found out because someone in the data admin noticed access dates on the information didn't line up with the scheduled reviews. Point is that spies don't go about blowing up ships before they got what they want. They just move on, keep quiet. If the spy's good, you'll never find out they were there at all. The spy wouldn't do something like lure us out here, just to get on board so that they could kill the crew. Alright, maybe not a spy, but what if it's still something secret, though? Like a weapons test. Like the Terrans don't have enough ships to test new machines out on? Alright. If not a spy, then maybe they're after Cassie. This may sound crazy, Chief, but hear me out. Whoever this is, I think they're after Cassie. After Quinn, huh? I'm gonna need some explanation on that one. Well, there's a couple of things I might be wrong about, but I think it's because... Why else would they do this? I just have a feeling she has a connection to them. Just have a feeling. Why else would they do all this? Oh, ads. Sorry. Actually, let's go to page 3 and save there. My god. It's already been 5 hours. The time. Jinkies. Shit's catching me off guard here. I didn't think that this game was gonna be this long, honestly. Or for it to keep going. It's kind of wild to think about. Dum da da dum dum da da dum da da dum dum da dum. Bum, bum. I like the music. It's good. I know who to pick. It's okay. Hold on. Okay. It sounds like Doom music, actually, now that I think about it. Anyway. Okay, guys, it's late, and it's a Wednesday night. I didn't intend to go this long into the stream, but I don't mind. It was fun. I've been enjoying this. So we're gonna, start raiding out, I think. I already have somebody picked. They are playing Empire at War. It's Balug. Balug is a pretty cool dude. He's friends with Trash Mac. Hold on. Oh. Oh, no, hold on. Hold on. He stopped streaming. Or he's about to end, it looks like. I believe he's almost done. I'm sorry. We'll find somebody else. Hold on. My bad. It appears as though he's finishing as well, which sucks, but it happens. I know who to pick. Let's hear it for JD. We will raid JD Morose, our dear friend. He is doing games and demos, which means it's going to be like a whole bunch of games. Date Everything is one of them. Dispatch and Who's at the Door, which is a horror game. We will be back again tomorrow with we'll be back again tomorrow with more stuff, well, more of this game, and then eventually we will start No More Heroes 3 once we finish this off, I guess. So thank you for the bits, thank you for the follows, thank you for the raids, guys. It was really awesome to have that and to have that support. I hope you all had a good day. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope to see you guys, excuse me, all again tomorrow. So yeah, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Good night, everybody.